In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. Grand Rising. Hello, how are you this beautiful Friday? Miss Ray, it is good to see you. Nappy Child, thank you for being here. And who was it? Shakila, thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Okay, please hit the like. If you learned something new on the show today, uh, please, those are my goals, is to let you learn something new today. And speaking of goals, it seems like when I sit over here and do the actual news, it makes those who can't want to emulate me. It seems that I give some loser ambition. Now, let me be real clear about something. YouTube camera, I'm about getting sick and tired of you laughing at shit that you allow on your panel as if it's cute. See, because when I had the chance to talk about you, I didn't say shit. Hold on. But you are the first person, when you're talked about, you want to go on a motherfucking long rant. But see, that fucking lisping ass talent has a open invitation to go up on your fucking show and talk about me. As you sit up there and try to have those fucking idiots talk about politics, something that they don't even know. Room Shaker and motherfucking GX sitting up there lying. Don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And then here comes this lisping ass motherfucker. And you had to say something about that shit's not cute, bitch. Ain't nothing cute about that shit. And talent known for making AI music. Tries to say that, oh well, Ronnie Q, and that AI, it helps a lot of people. How does AI help me do anything that I do? Be specific. Be specific. But see, we know that AI helps you do everything you do, to the point that you want to get on here and expound about being some AI prompter, bitch. You're a fucking loser ass bitch. So stay in your motherfucking lane, and your lane is meeting up with a motherfucking drunk ass, pussy ass bitch. That's your lane, because you are a pussy ass bitch. Stay in your fucking lane. Bitch, nobody you should. I should have a channel. I didn't say who the co-host is. I'll make sure it's that no voting ass code. Make sure it's that idiot. Make sure it's a motherfucker who is dumb as you. Motherfucker, understand, you are not in my lane. You cannot hang in my lane and running off the panel. You guys don't know about this. It's a secret thing, and I'm not gonna say too much. Well, what the fuck would you get a channel on trying to talk about things, but you scared to say shit? You scared to open your mouth because you a pussy. The free speeches, they have really messed with free. You'd have nothing to say. You always want to come on here like you some a grand poobah who has some secretive information. The information is out here for those who want the information, bitch. And AI don't give me shit, motherfucker. I find my information, bitch. The information that you never have to give anyone, that I have to go and I said too much, and you don't want to do shit but be a motherfucking idiot all your motherfucking life. Keep my name out your mouth, bitch, because you can't do what I do. Because those who can't do, they talk about those who do. Now, let's get into the news. Hey, foot soldier, you're buffering? Your mother's a disgusting whore. You and your mother is a disgusting whore. How about that? All right. Are you still buffering? Are you still buffering? I guess you're not still buffering. Okay. So let's get into the news. Did you guys see the ballroom? Did you guys see that this ballroom is really kind of reminiscent of a ballroom at the Winter Palace in uh, uh, Russia? You guys notice that? I was watching something, and they were talking about how this ballroom is really kind of spot on for this Russian ballroom. Now, many people believe that 4547 definitely wants to be a dictator. So I guess it's not happenstance that this ballroom actually looks like a Russian ballroom. So there is that. So I think we see why it is paramount that this person has to have a ballroom. Now let me share with you some information. Unfortunately, uh, black people, some black people either don't know or, forget about. Now, it's been a lot of talk lately about all of these white people coming out of their mouths talking about they built this nation. It's been a whole lot of we built this nation type of uh, white supremacy talk coming out of the mouths of these people lately. So let me give a reminder. I am one of the few. I think who was it? It was an. I am one of the few who actually a black woman in the beef sector who actually uh, take time out to do Black History. Hey, it's Jay was another channel, I am sure, who took the month of Black History, the few 28 days, to talk about Black history. Because it doesn't seem like a lot of Black people have any self worth because they don't understand who they are or what they come from. So, I I found this little dandy, and I want to share it with you. Let me share this with you because I thought it was quite interesting. I thought it was quite juicy.
Only communities. If you're gonna have a house, no home security system. Okay, just get you a German Shepherd and have him protect y'all. No home security system. Okay, that was a black invention. Only stop signs in the white only communities. I don't want to see no traffic lights. Black man came up with that. Only stop signs for you guys. I don't want to see your little racist children playing with super soakers or eating peanut butter. Black and black, okay? Jelly sandwiches for your little racist ass kids. Only jelly, no peanut butter. No potato chips. I don't give it that you better pack celery in they damn lunch bags. No potato chips. If you need to dry your clothes, use a clothesline. Okay, you are not allowed to use a clothes dryer. That is a black invention. If there's a fire, a bucket and some water. That's what you're allowed to use because the fire extinguisher was invented by a black man. If you have your little racist cookouts, no folding chairs. Sit your ass on the ground. Summertime. Don't want to see any AC units. Go to Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, get you a good fan. No AC units in the whites only community. Go play golf with your little racist buddies. You better hit that bitch off the ground. You are not allowed to use golf tees. Black invention. If you're riding a horse, you want to go get your little racist horse and go on a little racist ride, you are not allowed to use a saddle. Sit your ass on that horse bareback, and I hope your nuts hurt. If you need to iron your clothes, iron them shits on the bed or on the floor. You are not allowed to use an ironing board. For all doors, they better be push and pull. You are not allowed to have a doorknob. Black invention. If you need to do something with your hair, comb it. You are not allowed to use a hairbrush. That is a black invention. You spill something on the floor, get you some good high absorbent paper towels and wipe that shit up. You are not allowed to use a mop. That is a black invention. And how about this? You're not allowed to wear shoes. You better find a good pair of sandals. Shoes, the modern day shoe technology was invented by a black man. That's right, I said it. And when you eat your little racist dinner at night, eat that shit on newspaper on the floor because you're not allowed to eat at the kitchen table.
Basically, we invented everything. What is left? We invented everything. And now it's AI. We invented everything. Does anyone have anything else to say?
Yep. If you want to learn more, text the word origin to 219-299-49 and don't.
I have something else to say. If you want to put your food in the refrigerator, you can't do that either because refrigeration was created by a black man. So there is so much more. There are wells of information that you can find of what Black people have done to create things in America and across the world. So I just wanted to remind people about that. What is there something else? Is there something else? Let me make sure. Oh, we're this is about these drug. If you watch that White House, he had a little round table with his table of stooges, Christine Nome, Pete KEGBREATH, also Pam Bimbo, Kakai Patel. They did a little sit down, and they uh, had a couple of questions about killing these people on these boats. And well, if you killed everyone, the ones who survived, how come you didn't bring them back? And uh, they are saying, while 4547 is trying to pretend as if all of this fentanyl is coming into the nation. Not they. The statistics are saying that by far more drugs, more fentanyl comes from Mexico, actually. It is a fact that Mexico are the primary suppliers of illicit drugs, including fentanyl, for the U.S. market. So to continue to sit up there and pretend as if every fishing boat that is in the Caribbean is bringing fentanyl to the United States is just laughable. He sat up there and actually said, "Well, you don't see any boats in that region. That is a region where a lot of people make their living from fishing. So you're telling me that people in the Caribbean can't make a living because they're afraid that the American military is going to unlawfully kill them? These poor little island nations." So yeah, that's what's going on. While when you see him sit up there and lie that he's trying to stop fentanyl coming into this country, you have to understand that they already know where the fentanyl is coming to. Now, there has also been talks that he is most definitely going to try a land attack on Venezuela for a regime change because, according to him, how he feels that the president of Venezuela is not a lawful president. Kind of like what he wanted to do when he lost the 2020 election. He, I guess he's mad that the president of Venezuela is what he considered to be an unlawful president and still being the president of Venezuela because he was unable to accomplish that in the 2020 because when he sent his mob up to block the certification of our elections. I guess that's why he's so mad at him. I'm thinking that's why. Hey, Liz, how are you? You're listening on the road. Thank you for being here, Liz. I appreciate you. Hold on. Hold on one second. Hello, Kimberly Black. It is good to see you. Okay, so what else did I want to talk about? Okay, I remember when Bernie Sanders was running for president, and I was like, listening to some of the things that he said, and I was like, God, he says some very intelligent things. So, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay, here we. I was like, he says some very intelligent things, and I found a something that had an old clip where Bernie was actually telling you what the Republicans do to win the race. And I remember when I got on the Bernie Sanders wagon. My mom was like, who is he? Yeah, who is he? What is he talking about? That old man, he can't be president. And she, she was shading Bernie Sanders left and right. And I was like, no, he has good policies. He actually says what we actually need to do in this nation. So let me share this with you guys. What Bernie Sanders was actually talking about over 20 years ago. And it all comes back to make sense now. So let's get into this.
Republicans win, even though no one likes their actual policies.
If you are the Republican leadership, and this is what your goals are, your goals are to give huge tax breaks to the very richest people in this country. Your goals are ultimately to privatize Social Security so that Wall Street can make money from that. Privatize Medicare so the insurance companies can make more money. Privatize education. Do away with public schools. Now, if you had an agenda like that and you went before the American people, tax breaks for the rich, destruction of Medicare, destruction of Social Security as we know it, lowering the minimum wage or abolish it, how many votes do you think you'd get? Not a whole lot. Maybe the richest 1% would vote for you. But that's not a lot of votes. So what do? I've got a problem. You package it. How do you package it? And here I want you to pay attention to me. This is bad stuff. What you do is divide people up. Divide people up by races. Affirmative action becomes one issue. All them black people are getting the jobs that we white people used to have. Split people, working class, white against black, instead of working together to create decent jobs for all. Those uppity women now, they want the right to choose. We'll split people on the abortion issue. We'll split people up on the gun issue. We'll split people up on religious issues. You follow what I'm saying? So you split people up, and then they end up, if you're a middle-class person, voting against your own interests, and the rich go laughing all the way to the bank.
Trump won the presidency this year. Here's a video of Bernie Sanders 21 years ago explaining how...
Girl, my mom was on his butt. Oh my goodness. Here he come, trying to get my attention. Hold on. What are you doing? Oh, you ain't doing nothing. No, you ain't done nothing. I saw. Excuse me. Now, what else did I want to talk about? I like Bernie. I wish he was president instead of you know who. Now, they were talking about sending the National Guard into San Francisco, but you know why that didn't happen? It wasn't because the mayor. It wasn't because a governor. It wasn't because any of them told him, "No, we don't need the National Guard in San Francisco." It was because some Silicon Valley billionaires told him, "Oh, I think we have it under control." So my first question is, how are these Silicon Valley billionaires controlling uh, anything that is not going on in San Francisco? How are they controlling that? This administration has gone from we are getting rid of illegals. So you mean to the billionaires? Oh, they like illegals? I mean, I guess they wanted to make sure that you didn't get rid of those H-1B visas that are over there working in Silicon Valley as engineers. H-1-2, what is it? H-1-2 visas. Maybe they were afraid that you guys were gonna round up some of these underpaid engineers that Silicon Valley use. And surely all of the rhetoric that this administration talked about the homelessness, surely there. You mean to tell me that the billionaires told you that they had it taken care of, so they are helping the homeless situations? No, I'm pretty sure none of that is true. So this, beyond a mayor, beyond a governor, the only person that can keep the National Guards out of your city or state are billionaires personally calling you. I think the the head of Nvidia was one of the billionaires who told him, Nvidia, that he said, hey, if you want some help, we should own 10% of your company, that Nvidia. So this is what's going on in your government. Let me see. Let me see. Let me share this with you. The only thing 4547 is concerned about is his ballroom. So let's take a peek at this. Why don't we? Don't take it from me. Take it from his mouthpiece, Caroline Levitt. She was asked now. We're still in a government shutdown. They Mike Johnson has shut the government down through the 26th. Every Monday, he comes up there and have a procession, uh, session of Congress to just gang the gavel in, say the Pledge of Allegiance, and then make a statement that Congress is closed until the following Monday. Now, these people are getting paid $280,000 a year. And it has been estimated that they have actually worked 20 days in the last 80 something days. 20 days. And they can pay 280 some $1,000. Let that make sense. But is your president worried about any of this? So let's see.
Significant kind of projects here at the White House?
Not to my knowledge, no. But he's a builder at heart, clearly, and so his heart and his mind is always churning about how to improve things here on the White House grounds. But at this moment in time, of course, the ballroom is really the president's main priority.
Quote, the ballroom really is the president's main priority.
His main priority is the ballroom. This link is in my description box. Brian Tyler Cohen is always great.
You said initially that the ballroom would just touch.
Yeah.
Or would not
Well,
touch
certain
it.
areas
What
are being
happened?
certain areas are being left.
You said the ballroom would not affect the White House. The whole East Wing, including the long hall that separated the White House and the East Wing, has been demolished now. The whole thing. He initially said that he didn't have to go through the planning where the historical society tell you what you could or couldn't do because they were going to have a separate building that it was not even going to touch the White House. Not so.
We determined that.
Not so much now. That's the question to him. Now, this is the answer. Can you imagine this ballroom? Look at all of this different color gold leafing of this office. Just look at it. Okay.
After really a tremendous amount of study with some of the best architects in the world, we determined that really knocking it down, trying to use a little section. You know, the East Wing was not much. There was not much left from the original. It was over the course of 100 years, it was changed. The columns were removed, and it was a much different building. Then a story was added on in 1948, 1949. There was a story added on, which was not particularly nice. And the building was very...
Okay, the East Wing was itself was over, I think it was 106 or 108 years old, a historical building. So now, how is it that how is it that you can't change a door or a window seal or anything if you buy a historical house? You have to go through all of the plannings that you are allowed to change on your own home. But he can tear the whole motherfucking East Wing down against the law. Just totally lawless. Seeing how he can push beyond the law of any and everything. And the way he tore that East Wing down, he is tearing down our Constitution and how the Constitution is going to work for us. So, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen to black and brown people? See, I'm not sitting up here lying like Talent lied and tried to pretend like he had anything to say about anything that I must be his idol. I must be his idol because all of a sudden he talked about this years ago, and you've never and I found it curious that not one person in the chat said, I don't remember you saying anything about anything newsworthy years ago. See, this black motherfucker is trying to recreate history to pretend as if he has said anything important about what really goes on in the world. You're a bitch, Talent, but I'm not a bitch. So being a bigger bitch is not being like me. You're just being a bigger lying bitch. I have been talking about what goes on in the real world since I've been on here. What's the use of having a platform if you cannot talk about what goes on in the real world? What's going on in the real world right now is some heinous stuff. And while you have a room shaker, I have a question for you. Now, a room shaker sitting up there watching all the laws being broken, all the people who have the right to peaceful protest, and she's talking about, wait till ICE get here, wait until the National Guard, they ain't gonna have this. She don't even have the common sense to know that these people are doing nothing wrong. ICE is my friend. Dare they talk to me? I love ICE and ICE love me. Okay. Is that right? I let Fox News lose all my stuff. Fox News, I told them they can go to my channel. Yeah, Fox News, I'd be talking to Fox News. I like Fox News. Don Lemon is out there too. Who cares who is Don Lemon? He filming just like me. Who is Don Lemon? So if you don't even know who Don Lemon is and you love Fox News, I assume that you watch zero news. This is what I get when I pay attention to motherfuckers who's out here just flapping their gums. This is what I get from motherfuckers who's out here flapping their guns, talking about they took a survey about allowing ICE into their city. This is what I get that this motherfucker didn't vote either. The only survey that I took was my actual election ballot. I don't hear them talk about a ballot. I hear them talk about some mysterious survey that was put out in Chicago asking the residents if they want to have the National Guard in their backyards. How about y'all? Y'all took some. Did anybody else take these mysterious surveys? Okay. So you have somebody sitting up here uh, fondling ISIS balls, and then sitting up on YouTube cameras talking about the people say they gonna be riding in the streets, and I'm like, yeah, they gave me the different sites to go to and what they planning. They said they gonna do this. When they was telling you all that, did you tell them that you are ICE loving bitch? Did you tell them that as soon as you find out, you gonna send ICE to them? Yeah, because I like it. Every time people are turning them in, they telling ICE where to go find these people. And that. So did you tell them that they was talking to a rat ass bitch that loves ICE? And while they're giving you the groups of where they're going to steal, the ignorance of all of this conversation, the ignorance of all of this conversation. See, do you understand that there are more white people on welfare than they are black people? So you hear that food stamps have been cut off, and you figure that only affects black people. Well, all the motherfucking black people who are talking about they're upset about it. These are the main ones who I hear talking about how they don't vote. These are the main ones I hear who talking about voting don't matter. Those are the main ones that are usually on welfare. And ZX, you are too old to be so fucking ignorant to say that the shutdown is behind some motherfucking food stamps. Food stamps ain't got shit to do with why the government is shut down. The food stamps are not coming out because the government is shut down. You fucking idiot. And the actual audacity for this old motherfucker to try to sit up there and say people are getting what they deserve because they didn't vote, when this is the same motherfucker who was bringing up 1,000 reasons why Kamala Harris should not be voted for. You tried that shit up here on my page. All these excuses about Kamala Harris. And then gonna have the audacity to sit up there and said that he heard people in the Democrat Party say, what lie did he say? I heard people in the Democrat Party say that they wanted that they would not open the government unless they give undocumented immigrants health care. Who you heard say that? Who did you hear? Prominent people on the Democrat parties. Who did you hear say that? Absolutely no one. Because that is not even up for debate. And then he had the nerve to turn around and say that they want to come over here and they want to sign up and they get Social Security and all of this. No. Actually, they do not get any Social Security. Actually, what they do is they pay into Social Security, something that they are never going to get back. But these motherfuckers are just over there running their mouths. All of these great political minds are running their mouths over there on YouTube cameras. Everybody want to talk about politics, but don't know what the fuck they talking about. This is what kills me. What prominent Democrat said that they're not going to open the government unless you give undocumented people health care? Who said that? This, it's just ignorant is truly bliss.
Very, very much changed from what it was originally. It was never thought of as being much. It was a very small building. And rather than allowing that to hurt a very expensive, beautiful building that, frankly, they've been after for years, this is going to be probably the finest ballroom ever built. And we're doing it, no cost to the country. It's being the money is being put in by me and donors. Very great patriots, actually.
Well then, as long as he's paying for it, no harm, no foul, right? It's not like U.S. taxpayers are going to immediately reimburse him for the roughly $250,000 that he promised to spend.
And if you didn't notice, this ballroom has gone up from $200 million he's going to pay for out of his own pocket. Then it went to $250. 2 days later, it was $300 million. The next day, it was $350 million. So it's ever moving up in the 50 millions categories. Now, I also want to talk about the fact that isn't it strange that if you didn't know, he had a dinner the other night for his billionaires buddies, and if they wanted to contribute to this ballroom. Does that sound like somebody who's leaving office? They don't sound like because the ballroom is not going to be done for him to use in office. Because of the time that it's going to take to build it. So that who's questioning if this man plans to leave office? I think the only way that he will leave office, that he plans to leave office, is leaving foot first. Carried out on a stretcher foot first. I think that's the setup that he has for him to leave office. Let's keep it a buck. Why do you think that he has set up the woman? I've already reported on this. The woman that he has put in place to secure the election is a election denier. An election denier. That is who he has to make sure that the elections are secured. But what is secured elections to him? Okay. And now he wants to demand $230 million from the Department of Justice because he says that he had to pay this money. Since when has he actually paid money? When has he actually paid lawyers? There are so many reports about him, getting over on his lawyers, not paying his attorneys. But now all of a sudden, since he has gone through these cases, he needs the Department of Justice to pay back him $230 million. Does that sound ballroom price like? Isn't that ballroom price area? So then all of a sudden, after this comes out, now the ballroom is more than what he's asking for. So, so you can't equate that this $230 million he's asking Pam Bondi and Todd Branch, who are do anything he tells him to do. So do you think that they're going to give him this $230 million? Todd Branch, who went and got Ghislaine Maxwell put in a camp cupcake to make sure that she had the right story. What she came out with. Oh, he was just a gentleman, and he was never alone with Jeffrey. That story. So who do you think? You think they're gonna get that $230 million from this Department of Justice? But you know whose money that is, right? That's the taxpayer dollars. Kind of like that $40 billion that they gave to Argentina, and now they want the Americans to buy Argentinian beef. Argentinian beef. That's what they want us to purchase. They don't want you to purchase U.S. beef, but I've already told you how hard it would be to purchase U.S. beef in the first place, because they have no place to actually slaughter and process American beef. Because they have let Brazil come over here and monopolize all of the processing plants in America, that the United States farmers didn't have no place to actually get their beef slaughtered. Now you, and now you got a president that just gave Argentina 40 billion of whose money? Your money. And he said that he couldn't do nothing for the American farmers. Why? Because the government is shut down. I'll get to you when the government opens up. But people want to be newcomers to news. If hold on. Oh, what stuff? You mean taking back books and all the things that he's not allowing colleges to teach, all that stuff to mess with our history? Is that what you're talking about? Maybe that is. I assume that is. So now it may make sense that you have to put more things together than what is presented to you, because I was talking about what was going on with our food for a long time. I have been telling you about these AI super centers that they are putting up all across the country for a reason, because it directly affects you and how you live your lives. It directly affects what's going on with the prices that you have to pay for your electricity and your water. But now all of these new people want to come in and try to have a conversation with you about something they can't even converse to you about. Make that make sense. All of these no voting motherfuckers who have absolutely no idea about what is really going on in the world wants to tell you what they say. They said this, they said that. They said they gonna be out stealing, and they said they gonna be out and they gonna get the clothes, and and I'm gonna be right there filming and they gonna be, who the fuck is they? Who are they? Be specific. But when you telling me some shit, have some facts behind it. Who are these theys? That's why I show you where I get my information from. Or you'll be sitting up, I know something, but I better be quiet. I've talked too much, and you guys better beware, because I know some things, and I'm not gonna tell you because freedom of speech, and I know plenty of you guys can't go anywhere. So you're a running ass bitch. You're a running ass, know nothing ass bitch. That's what you're telling us. You're running as a know nothing bitch. But Malcolm X said a long time ago, some of you would rather switch than to fight. You're a running ass bitch. You're not running me down. You're running yourself down. Because you have no specifics on a goddamn thing that you sitting up here belatedly trying to run in and warn people about. But see, that that's the unique thing about some black people. You can't tell them nothing. You can tell them a bunch of bullshit and they'll follow you. But you can't tell some people some important shit. You can't tell some people some important shit. They love to talk about politics, but they don't come over here and talk about politics where politics have been talked about for over a year. But they hop up on panels with motherfuckers who don't even know what the fuck they talking about. You notice that? Have you ever noticed that?
Afternoon that President Trump is moving to demand that the Justice Department financially compensate him for the various federal investigations into him.
So I guess when Trump says that he's going to shoulder the cost himself, that'll be after he demands the exact same amount of money from U.S. taxpayers. Convenient, huh? But look,
convenient, very convenient. I think there's one more thing. No, go check out Brian Tyler Cohen. This link is in my description box. A very informative interview he's going to do on that. Hi, T. Danielle. It's good to see you. So let's get into. Yeah, everybody hop up on panels to talk about politics with people who don't know a goddamn thing about politics. I find that fascinating. Fascinating. I expect no less from some people, actually. I expect no less from a lot of people. They have been shown their hands. Okay, so let me get into. Is that what I want? I think that is what I want. If you didn't know, the FBI has been visiting some protesters. So let me share this with you. ICE agents, nonetheless. Yes, that's sharing. If you didn't know, if you learned something new, those are my goals. Video FBI agents visit anti-ICE protester. So I have this for you here.
Oh, I forgot these things. They keep talking to me. Hey, my name's James. I'm James Keefe. I'm with the FBI.
Hey, Miles. Nice to meet you, brother. Good. How you doing?
We came out here to ask you questions regarding a protest that happened on the 11th of June.
On the 11th?
Yeah.
What protest?
There was a protest out by the country club in Valencia area. And we've been just basically going around asking questions for a few people that were brought up, and your name was brought up. So
Okay.
let's see if you had a couple minutes to answer some questions regarding the protest happening.
Yeah, who are you with?
I'm with the FBI. My name's
Okay.
James.
Okay.
So I just want to know if you have a few minutes to chat. So
Yeah. Inside?
Yeah, wherever you want. Go ahead. Yeah.
Or, I got roommates. Can we do it
Yeah.
outside?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're not trying to, Oh, I forgot these things. They keep talking to me. Hey, my name's James. I'm James Keefe. I'm with the
Hold on.
FBI. Hey, Miles. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me get into the rest of this article. You do have the right to remain silent. It is not your job to assist a officer with their investigation. While the media continues to ignore the events and even mock Trump's war on Antifa terrorism as legally impossible, the FBI is quietly interrogating protesters. The Bureau is targeting anti-ICE protesters not charged with any crime. You don't have to do nothing wrong. You're not charged with a crime. I just want to, your name came up. How did your name come out? But because ICE is using all of this retina and face identifying software. Your name. You need to be asking and answering questions of the FBI. You need to be asking, how did my name come up? Please. Okay. The Bureau is targeting anti-ICE protesters not charged with any crime, like Chicago-based English professor Elise Capeda. As I recently reported, I didn't see this report. I will go to that report. Often people targeted have refused to go public with their experience, fearing retribution. But one protester, fed up with the culture of self-censorship, decided to share his story. His account sheds light on the FBI's attempt to map out some organized Antifa superstructure, and in doing so, undermining Americans' freedom of speech and political expressions. You know what that motherfucker said, that he had so much information, but he's not going to give it to you because they're clamping down on freedom of speech. But he's going to do a show to. I should do a show. Why? To pretend like you're someone with special information, but you're a too bitch to give any of said information. You need a show for that? Are there shows for that? Is there a show, a demand of a show for that? And while the whole chat sits with their hands folded in front of them because this lying motherfucker is talking, who wants you to believe that he has some information, and yet he ain't never given you no information. And everybody's sitting over there like, oh, E.F. Hutton is talking. Let me pay attention. E.F. Hutton is talking. He knows everything. He knows everything, and he ain't told you nothing. What do he know? What does he know? Nothing. Special needs teacher Miles Stefani, 26, was watching a movie with his roommate when FBI knocked on his door in a suburban Tucson, Arizona last Friday. Two special agents greeted him and introduced themselves only as James and Keith. They didn't offer their own last name, but knew Miles's, as well as his home address, his social media handles, with what car he owns, and unbeknownst to him, his political activities. We came out here to ask you questions regarding a protest that happened on the 11th of June. One of the agents says in the exchange captured on, that's the one we just saw that. The suggestion that his name was brought up puzzled Stefani, who told me he didn't know anyone at the protest, which he learned about from a post on social media. So that's why I said, that's why you should have said, how did my name come up? When he asked the agents how they knew, he did. When he asked the agents how they knew who he was, they wouldn't say. Though one agent, Stefani said, later told him that they knew way more about me than I think. The next, to try to, if you know more about me than I think, you should know that how I got to the protest. Since you all up on my social media thing, you should know that if you know all of this, then I'm not worried. If you know all of this about me, what the fuck I got to be worried about? Because I'm just exercising my constitutional rights. I'm not aligned with anything or anybody, but knowing my personal rights. So they try to make you afraid. They try to make you afraid. But like I say, everybody sitting up here with this, we ain't got nothing to protest. We ain't got nothing to protest. We ain't got nothing to protest. And with the full knowledge of we are next in their sights. We have never left their sights. Well, and everybody can do what everybody's our individuals. Like I say, there's going to come a time when something happens that you are going to want to protest, and you have the right to do so. That's all I'm saying. I'm not protesting for some motherfuckers who put themselves in a trick bag, but trust and be sure. There is one day going to be something that you feel that you want to protest, and or not. But understand, it's your constitutional rights to do so. So, with all this, a lot of these motherfuckers are just some scared ass bitches. A lot of you motherfuckers just want to rest on your laurels off of the accomplishments that your forefathers protested to get you in a comfortable place. But you won't do the same for the next generation. You just want to sit up and take what was given to you. And then when it's being clawed back from you, you ain't got nothing to say. You want to be quiet. You're not going to demand what your forefathers fought for. You ain't going to fight to keep them. But you'll sure luxuriate in them as if it was always there for you. But you ain't gonna make sure nobody behind you have nothing. Because it's a lot of punk bitches out here. They'll fight for bullshit, but they won't fight for anything that is going to increase their lives and the lives of people that come behind them, even their own fucking children, even themselves. I don't know why I'm talking about all that, because I see a whole lot of what I'm around. The exact scale of the FBI questionings is unclear, but I've heard similar accounts involving protesters in Portland, Chicago. The FBI declined to comment on Safani's account, citing the government shutdown. How are they out here visiting him during the government shutdown is the better question. Stefani attended an anti-ICE protest around an ICE facility in June, so he could express his opinion to the deportations, he told me. ICE is impacting our community and people aren't happy, Stefani said. People see people around them being kidnapped and shipped away in cages, and they showed up to protest. It's as easy as that. The protest involved an estimated 300 people gathering near the ICE field office in east of Valencia Road in South Country Club Road in Tucson on June the 11th. The demonstration started off peacefully, but later became rowdy. Excuse me. As the crowd gathered at the ICE office, a smaller group of protesters began throwing objects, rocks, paintballs, fireworks, and smoke devices at what appeared to be security guards stationed outside the building. The guards responded with crowd control munitions. Windows of the ICE facilities and the adjacent buildings were broken and spray painted with graffiti. A number of businesses nearby boarded up or posted signs distancing themselves from ICE operation. Tucson police later announced that 3 people were taken into custody for charges including unlawful assembly, resisting arrest, obstructing a public thoroughfare, and disorderly conduct, and said that their investigation could lead to more arrests. Stefani said he didn't engage in any violence. get my glasses. Let me get my dang on glasses. Excuse. Oh, here they are. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Stefani said he didn't engage in any violence and hadn't been detained or charged with any crime. But last month, presidential directive NSPM7 authorizes federal law enforcement to treat extremism on migration as a indicator indicator of terrorism. Hold on. Thank you, Jackson Street. It is good seeing you, and I thank you for getting a membership. So while you have people out here telling you that something is secretive and they're doing secretive things that allows them power, then nobody's doing anything secretive. This NSPM7 is something that he actually signed in front of cameras that get authorized federal law enforcement to treat extremism on migration as a indicator of terrorism under the domestic counterterrorism case of the Trump administration. No crime needs to be actually committed for authorities to open an investigation. In fact, the NSPM7, which Ronnie Q gave you the details, the links are in my description box right now, so you can read it again for yourself. In fact, the NSPM7 explicitly calls for a preemptive approach where law enforcement intervene in things before they result in violent political acts. Attorney General Pam Bimbo cited NSPM7 in her own directive ordering the FBI and other federal law enforcement agencies to crack down on anti-ICE terrorism, citing protests in front of ICE facilities specifically. So where's the secret? Where are all of these secrets? So what that nigga was talking about is actually a motherfucking conspiracy, because ain't nobody doing a goddamn thing secretly, because they know that ignorant motherfuckers are not paying attention and try to understand what is in these directives that he's having his butler to tell himself what's in them, because he don't know what's in these motherfucking memorandums and executive orders that he's signing his goddamn self. And they know some of y'all too stupid to find out what's in them yourselves. But then you have a stupid motherfucker trying to act like he knows something that you're not privy to. You're privy to it as you try to find out what the fuck does this mean for me. Ain't no fucking secrets out here. It's a motherfucking calculated plan that is out here. And if you take time to give a fuck about it, like you give a fuck about some losers going to busted ass Las Vegas that don't want you there anyway. Las Vegas is empty as a motherfucker, and they trying to keep regular middle class motherfuckers and poor motherfuckers out of Vegas. If Vegas gave a fuck about you, Vegas wouldn't have all these resort fees and all of this. If you gotta pay for everything you get in Vegas. Vegas ain't for you bums. These motherfuckers talking about motherfucker, you would I would advise you to keep yourself and your ignorance talking about a trip to Las Vegas with a drunk. See, that's where you excel in. If you want to appear to be above, continue to talk about going on a trip with bums, and that's where you excel at. because all of this is secret information and I've said too much and, they've done this and that. And no. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But you want to talk about Ronnie Hugh and AI. Okay. Let me. Okay. Okay. After 9/11, the FBI reoriented itself to fighting terrorist group like Al Qaeda. They focus on identifying and locating individuals and then mapping out their networks of family, friends, and associate. That's the Trump administration approach to Antifa and imagining an organization network that encompasses everything from membership cards to elaborate funding. Now, there is no such thing as an Antifa. That's why they are imagining an organization, a network that encompasses everything from membership cards and elaborate funding. This approach was evident to Stefani, who told me, I could tell by their questioning that they were trying to figure out the shadowy entity behind the protest. He added that what a waste of their time to go after shit that doesn't exist. Now, don't forget that the great reporter Room Shaker was out there talking about. They said Antifa is gonna be down here tomorrow, and they gonna be blowing up shit, and they gonna be setting shit on fire. Yep, that's what they told me. Antifa's gonna. You go up here and you tell the stupid bitch, there's no such thing as an Antifa. Nobody can tell you what Antifa is going to be doing because there is no Antifa. Oh, okay. They say Antifa right after. Yeah, they say. Well, what happened to Antifa going up there blowing up things and setting fires, bitch? Where was Antifa then? What happened to Antifa when Antifa didn't come up there the next day and blow up shit? You can tell dummies anything, and they are quick to spread it, like they are spreading some news. But give them facts, and they reject it for bullshit. For bullshit. I'm gonna be filming. They say they gonna be stealing. They gonna be stealing. But you're the ICE. You are the one who applaud people turning in people to ICE. And ICE, they show go get them. Did you tell these people, these thieves, that you're the big ICE rat, bitch? Why you so excited when people stealing? You think they gonna run past your black ass? When they out there stealing, you think you gonna be out there filming and you not gonna get it? Is that what you think? I know ICE. ICE love me. Yeah, keep thinking that. Keep being a dumb motherfucker. Keep on being a stupid motherfucker. Okay. They wanted to know where they were from and who supplied them. Stefani said nothing about what was actually on them. The signage has become a point of interest to the 45-47 administration at a roundtable event on Antifa earlier this month. President of 40-45-47 pointed to the quality of the signs as unseen benefactors. You see their signs, you see those perfect signs, and they didn't create these signs in the basement. Those are good signs, and those cost money. There it is right there. There's the quote right here. When you see the signs, and they're all made of beautiful paper, a beautiful nice stuff, a very expensive paper with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from a very expensive printing machines. These are people that write. These aren't people, is what he said. People that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid and anarchists. Attorney General Pam Bimbo echoed the same sentiment recently because they now. I didn't see any of all of these signs that are the same. On this No Kings protest, I didn't see all of these alleged signs that are all the same. I never see none of these signs that are all the same. So they just put it out there that everybody is holding the same signs. Sure, there are some signs that are the same that are printed up by people who gather together to organize being a part of the protest from a distinct group of people or a club or something. They may have the same sign, but to try to actually say that if you go to a protest and you show up without a sign and you grab a sign from someone who's passing out signs, you're Antifa, or if you're in a group that have cohesive signage that says something that you are protesting about, that you are part of an Antifa that doesn't exist. All of these people are paid agitators, and the disappointment that they had. 4547 actually said of this No King protest, he said that wasn't representative of the people who are against anything, because it was a whole lot of old people out there. So old people can't be against anything that this government is doing when they are going to be directly affected. Now they're talking about making privatizing Social Security as we speak. So you don't think that old people have a reason to be out there in the street when you're talking about cutting Medicaid? Old people ain't got no reason to be out here. Okay. That's one of the things about Antifa, Bondi said on Fox News earlier this month. You're seeing people out there with thousands of signs that all match, pre-bought, pre-put together. They're organized, and someone is funding it. So you can't be organized when you protest. You can't have signage to say what you're protesting unless you're Antifa on the left. But can you do that on the right? Who is funding all of the shit that they do on the right? So therefore, are they a terrorist network with all of the shit that they do on the right? Are they? Did they have any problems with all of the white supremacists walking across bridges and in towns wearing the exact same clothing? So was that funded, and who funded that? Who's funding all of that? These white supremacists. Are you trying to figure out whose name these U-Hauls are in, that these white supremacists are gathering up in to go terrorize neighborhoods? Who funding that? They all have on the same clothing. They all have the same flags draped across them. Who's funding that? No curiosity about any of that. A definite hate group that your own FBI prior to you getting in office said should be on the terrorist watch group. But they ain't said nothing about no Antifa, because there is no such thing as Antifa. Antifa stands for anti-fascist. So are they saying that they are for fascism? It says they are against Antifa, which is just a short way of saying anti-fascist. Now they're trying to pretend like this is a whole organized group, which it isn't. And to have stupid bitches out there repeating Fox News bullshit to a black bitch out there who lives there, out there repeating Fox News bullshit like she doing something is disgusting. It's just disgusting that people just remain ignorant. Fox News could tell this black bitch something, and then you tell her the right thing. She don't believe you. She don't believe you. She's still talking about what Antifa gonna do. How did that work out for you? What did Antifa set afire? How did that work out for you? Ugh. The administration is convinced that these protests aren't spontaneous, and because of the NSPM7, the FBI has to prioritize collecting intelligence to show that. So they're going to create a situation to show that, oh no, this is a organized network of fascists that are coming together. These are not people. Why would somebody want to? Why would somebody want to protest our government? This is a machine. People who have billionaires who got them in office. Make that make sense. A person who has a billionaire who paid to get him into office. I can see why he would think that is a machine. When you got people like Meldon, what is her name? Adelson, giving you $100 million. So I guess you think that every common American has a machine behind them because you have these billionaire machines propping you up. Why would a billionaire prop him up? Because he's easy to manipulate. Okay. The FBI has to prioritize collecting intelligence to show that. Safani said that a particular focus of the FBI agents was whether the violence at the protests had been premeditated, and when he told them that it all seemed spontaneous, they implied he was lying. Per Stefani, they asked me if the violence, rocks and paint balloons, seemed spontaneous or premeditated. I told them it seemed spontaneous once the ICE agents escalated. They brought up that some protesters showed up with riot shields, so they questioned why they would bring riot shields if violence wasn't premeditated, because they seen how ICE operated and they wanted to protect themselves from ICE since they were protesting against ICE, who have always initiated violence against protesters. So why would they bring shields? So it's on them, because a shield is to protect yourself and hide yourself behind. What was premeditated was the thought that they would be attacked by the people they were protesting. So why are you asking him why they brought shields? It seems premeditated. If it was premeditated, it was premeditated that they knew that ICE would be attacking them because they were exercising their rights to protest. The fuck out of my face. And they kept drilling me on the fact that I showed up alone, that I didn't remember where I saw the flyer, and I didn't know anybody there. They told me that this is unusual and pretty suspicious, as if I was holding back information about whoever organized the protest. They kept insinuating that I was lying to them. They showed me photos of several protesters and tried to get information on them. They said ICE officers were badly injured and that these were the real suspects that they needed info on. I told them I had no idea who they were. They seemed frustrated by that, but it's the truth. So let's talk about all of these ICE people who are hurt. Let's talk about all of the lies that these ICE people are hurt. Remember when they shot and killed that that guy in Chicago. They said that he was running down an off agents and he was badly injured in and all of this. And then they show the body cam right after the shooting. The guy still laying in the gutter, and the guy did not have body cam, but the police officers who showed up had body cam, and they tell them this story. Yeah, he dragged me, but I'm okay. I'm fine. Just a little bumps and bruises. I'm fine. But we get from this lying spokesperson from ICE. Yeah, that police officer, he was badly wounded, and he had no he had no choice but to shoot at the suspect, and he was in fear of his life and all of this, and he is badly injured. When the guy says, I'm fine, no biggie, on camera. But they announced to you how badly injured they was. Who else? There have been several people they've done that bullshit on. And there was the ICE. There was a shooting in Los Angeles where the man in the car who they were after and a deputy marshal were shot. And the story in that is very suspicious. First, they say that they had to shoot the man, and all of this because they were in fear of their life again. Come to find out, it is now being reported that they did not shoot the man on purpose. The man did nothing for them to say that they were shooting. His gun went off because he was trying to bust the man windows with his gun. And to hold on to a gun and try to bust a window. Obviously, he squoze off on the trigger and shot a man and a deputy marshal. But now it's the man's fault that they stupid. Okay. According to Stefani, the two FBI agents showed him photos of himself at the protest, as well as several other protesters, people he knew nothing about. The agents asked him for his cell phone, but he refused. The questioning lasted about an hour. They can get your cell phone. They have these devices that they're setting up. Remote devices that they can drive through and collect your cell phone information, your contacts, your text messages, and all of that. This is what your government is investing its money in such entities like Palantir to collect your information. So he ain't had to give them. They already had his cell number. Get the fuck out of here. But he refused. The questioning lasted about an hour. Stefani said that they left him with a chilling message that he couldn't guarantee that they couldn't guarantee this would be the last time they saw him. The agents may not have learned anything from Stefani, but the visit, which took place one day before the No Kings protest, did accomplish one thing. Stefani decided against going to the No Kings. He was spooked. Then that's what they want you to be, spooked. That's what they want you to do. Lay down. You're a white boy. They don't want you out there protesting. They want to knock heads of black people. This is exactly the chilling effect on speech that the FBI investigating political matters risk creating. Worked on me, he said. So let's there's that story. Let me share with you this other link. I will. These links are in my description box. Hey, Daniel's Berry Sports and Highlights. Let me share again with you this link as well. It's not like this is anything new. Senator warns of Trump's secret watch list for America. I've already shared this with you. The link is in my description box. None of these things are secretive if you watch people who are interested in giving you the information, as opposed of people who pretend as if they have some pathway into secret information and they can't say much, but they are doing this and that because this, I can't say much. If you want some information, come over here and I will show you where I get the information, and you do with it what you choose to do with it. The Trump administration is drawing up secret lists of terrorist groups inside the United States. Senator Elisa Slotkin said on the floor of Congress yesterday. Where's the secret? The first such reference to the effects of national security presidential memorandum 7, NSPM 7. The directive, as I've reported, lays out Donald Trump's policies with regard to equating anti-Christian, anti-capitalist sentiment with domestic terrorism. As a result of the directive, the FBI's domestic terrorism watch list is expected to double in coming months, sources told me. Now, this is Ken Klippenstein, his Substack. I've read this. I think this is my third or fourth time reading this. Reading this. Senators from Michigan would. The senator from Michigan would know. She is a former CIA analyst. Hold on. I gotta drink something. Now, he's letting you know that Slotkin would know because she is a former CIA analyst and assistant secretary of defense, and now serves on the Senate's Armed Service and Homeland Security committees. So, if you're questioning where all of this is coming from, this is not no fucking conspiracy that you got to look up. This was actually put on the Senate floor. Duh. These are not secrets. They're doing this in the wide open for anyone who is curious about what's going on. Okay. She now serves on the Senate Armed Services and Homeland Security committees. She defends the national security state as good corn-fed people who just wanted to help their country, and has said, I'm as hawkish as anyone on Iran. In other words, Slotkin is no hater when it comes to the national security system, which makes her warning especially chilling. Slotkin, in her Senate speech, warned that with NSPM 7, the Trump administration had directed law enforcement agencies to make secret lists of terrorist groups inside the United States and send the full force of the U.S. government against those terrorist organizations. They are not telling anyone about this, but are asking that law enforcement community come up with a list, she said. Consistent with her remarks, NSPM 7 says the Attorney General shall submit a list of any such domestic terrorist group to the White House. The Trump administration defines domestic terrorism incredibly broadly, Slotkin said. It suggests that any group that talks about anti-Christian values, views they don't like on migration or race, differing views on the roles of the family, religion, or morality could all be grounds for labeling an organization and a domestic terrorist as domestic terrorists. So they want you to feel like, oh, we're doing this because you did something wrong. What the fuck what the fuck about anti-Christian values? I thought that you were free to believe or not to believe in any religion, but now all of a sudden, they are suggesting that any group that talk about anti-Christian values can be deemed a terrorist. Uh, uh, Views that they don't like on migration or race. So, what do they like about? What views do they like about migration or race? Do they like the Christian nationalist views on race that black people should be subjugated to where they were in Booker T. Washington time when they could not speak up politically? Is that one of the things that they don't like about you differing them with them when it regards to race? Make any of this make sense? She also described the Trump administration's secret list of a designated foreign terrorist group in its war on cartels. How could they be having a war on cartels when this administration bought in 17 family members of the Sinaloa cartel, El Chapo's family members, and dared anyone to question them about bringing these 17 family members into the United States? They walked across, I believe, the Tijuana border and got into actual Department of Justice vehicles and were taken away. They weren't arrested. No, they were allowed in the country. And they always are talking about the Sinaloa group that are doing shit in Mexico. But they never tell you that they allowed 17 of their family members of El Chapo, who was the leader of the Sinaloa crime group, into the United States and dared anybody to question them. And nobody has questioned them about this. This is just a dead item story, and you hear no one ask them any questions about why they brought these family members over here. Okay, but I digress. She also decried the Trump administration's secret list of designated foreign terrorist group in its war on cartels, saying, if this administration is not telling us who is on their secret designated terrorist list for groups in the Caribbean, they are definitely not going to tell us who's on the list for a domestic terrorist organization. Speaking of the Caribbean, they know all of this. They are positive of all of this. Have they dropped one name? And speaking of the Caribbean, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. Stocking also revealed that the Trump administration has refused to provide its list of cartel terrorist group to Congress, including even the Republican leadership. They won't even give it to the Republicans. According to her, the list numbers in the list numbers in the dozens and suggests that the administration is quite comfortable with such lists and is employing them against more than just the high profile groups like 10 Day Aragua. In response to the request for the comment on this article, Slotkin's office directed me to another point she raised in a confirmation hearing this week of Trump's nominee for General Counsel of the Army, Charles Youngs. During the hearing, Slotkin asked if a list of domestic terrorist organizations would authorize the military to take actions within the United States, a possible way that the administration could get around passe comadas restrictions on the use of active military to enforce the law. Young replied, "Not to my knowledge. I've been critical of Congress' silence on the NSPM7. I'm also heartened by the seriousness of Slotkin's questions. A small but growing number of members has now spoken up. Representative Rokana of California was the first, saying NSP 7 is a greater infringement on freedoms than the Patriot Act. Kana also Kana was also kind enough to shout me out for my work in covering this. It was at Ken Klippenstein, an independent journalist, that broke the dam on this first. Rokana said, "This is why it is so important we support independent media." So, if you don't remember me telling you about this, that even a congressman had to commend him on breaking, and I'm giving you this information. But motherfuckers sitting over there listening to dummies that have no information to give them. Okay. The dam does seem to be finally breaking. A Democrat representative, uh, Polkan, Jayapal, and Huffman criticized NSPM7 in a letter they're circulating. Polkan himself discussed the issue on MSNBC today, the first investigation by a major media organization into NSPM7 was published by Reuters. Also, some 3,000 nonprofit groups signed an open letter condemning NSPM7 and the direction that it is moving the nation. Other national security insiders have flagged NSPM7 as dangerous, sometimes with even stalker language. NSPM7 is one of the most dangerous documents to come out of the White House since the orders to intern Japanese citizens during World War II. Larry Pfeiffer, a former CIA chief of staff and director of the George Mason University Hayden Center, said legal experts like Lawfare, Ben Withers, and Steve Vladeck, and Ryan Goodman have also weighed in. Even the satire website The Onion posted about it today. When was this written? Sometime last month, I do believe. When did this article come out? October 9th. October 9th. I have been talking about this article. Let's see. October 7th, Secretive Watch Listing Center executing NSPM7. This is another one that I shared with you. The federal government begins to implement President Trump's national security directive to investigate the so-called radical left as domestic terrorists. A little-known FBI organization located in an affluent and leafy suburb of Northern Virginia is at the center of it all. Based just several miles from CIA headquarters, the Threat Screening Center has a secret budget and a classified personnel count. The nondescript cluster of glass-fronted building has no sign out front. Now, let's get it. Today, the FBI-run center is chewing on NSPM7, a Trump sweeping policy directive that formally directs the national security state to root out left-wing political violence by monitoring so-called indicators of violence like anti-Christianity, anti-capitalism, and anti-Americanism, as I've reported, and as I've re-reported to you. So, let's move on. The links are not in AI. The links are in my description box. That's where the links are. They're in my description box. So have we tallied up how much all of this shit that is going on, as they say that they cannot extend as they saying they cannot extend the tax credits for people who are on the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. As this week, the kleptocracy. This is what kleptocracy looked like. In 2025, 4547 has received 3 billion, mostly from crypto, 940 million from law firms, 400 million playing from Qatar, 36 million from CBS, 25 million from Meta, 24 million from YouTube, 16 million uh, from ABC, and 10 million from X. And now he's asking for 230 million from the Department of Justice. But they have no money, and the only thing he is worried about is his ballroom. Says his national has says his press secretary. Speaking of his ballroom, let me share this with you. I don't know why that stopped. Let me get that back up here for you again. That wasn't the full clip on that. I apologize.
Walk in for a tour or for an event, you walk through the doors of the East Wing. The doors used to be here. Now, it's all rubble. The White House does not want anyone to see this, so please do me a favor and spread this everywhere, because these are the pictures taken by the Washington Post that this White House wants to keep private. Follow along for more. This is what the White House East Wing looks like today. This is why they didn't want Treasury Department and White House employees from sharing more images about the current state of the White House. Just take a look. Donald Trump in July told the American public that he would not interrupt the construction, or rather the current building in its current form, because he really loved the White House as is, and that the ballroom that he was building would be built adjacent to the current White House structure. This is what the East Wing looks like now. This is complete demolition. This is not building adjacent to the White House structure. Now, if anyone has ever visited the White House before this demolition, you would remember when you walk in for a tour or for an event, you walk through the doors of the East Wing. The doors used to be here. Now, it's all rubble. And the White House does not want anyone to see this, so please do me a favor and spread this everywhere, because these are the pictures taken by the Washington Post that this White House wants to keep private. Follow along for more. This is what the
Okay, I'm gonna drop that link right here to Aaron Piranhas. He's part of the Midas Touch network. Go over there and check him out on Instagram. He is constantly giving you updated and new information. So now I also have you guys heard about Amazon? And they are supposed to be getting rid of over 600,000 positions and giving them to AI. I'm pretty sure that they are hiring a liar like talent to prompt all of these 600,000 AIs. Trust and believe that he is needed at a time when $600,000 600,000 jobs are being given over to AI. If you didn't hear about this, let me share this with you. And you guys insist on, well, some people insist on continuing to shop at Amazon. But do what you want to do, because he's sure doing what he want to do. Okay. If you're not familiar with 404 media, I have seen it also in other medias, but this is where I saw it first. So, Amazon plans to replace over 600,000 jobs with robots by 2033. By now, every person in America should know that in the perfect corporate world that the wealthiest Americans are trying to create, the average person's job is replaced by machine, whether it's AI or a literal or robot. The vastly wealthy people who run these companies that make record profits every year need to make even more to satisfy their shareholders and to justify their exorbitant pay scale. They're also trying to keep pace with China, which has recently seen an explosion in factory automation. Your job, your paycheck, your expensive benefit package must all be sacrificed and replaced with a machine that neither wants or needs any of that. So it makes sense that according to internal Amazon documents obtained by the New York Times, Amazon is charging full speed into robotic future. The company which tripled its U.S. workforce since 2018 by nearly 1.2 million, believes it can avoid hiring over 600,000 people by 2033 by automating 75% of its operations. It is a strategy, the documents say, that will save uh, 30 cents per package and save billions off of labor costs. 30 cents per package. So, would you rather pay an extra 30 cent per package to keep people employed, or is it worth it for you to get a whopping discount of 30 cents per package? They're doing it for you. They're not doing it for, no, they're doing it for you. You're going to save 30 cents. We're going to make sure you save money. Okay. This plan for the future is already being put in motion at Amazon. Most technology advanced warehouse in Shreveport, Louisiana, one of the poorest states in the nation. They are already putting it to practice with a whole lot of poor people in Louisiana. There, 1,000 robots do so much of the work that the facility requires 25% fewer employees in 2024 than it would have without animation. By 2026, Amazon expects to cut that number in half. Okay. So they'll have 12.5% of regular employees in that whole place. Shreveport is a prototype. At a test bed that Amazon plans to expand to at least 40 more robotic centers by 2027. Expect Amazon to use rosy terms when it eventually starts openly discussing people's careers and livelihoods being replaced by machines. Of course they are. Hey, save on Amazon. Amazon has created a way to save you. They ain't gonna say that they saving you 30 cents per package. And give you the option to say, no, I would prefer that there are few less unemployed people in my community or across the nation. No, they ain't gonna give you that opportunity. They're they're going to tell you that they are giving you savings. Hmm. Hmm. And y'all just gonna keep on buying from Amazon and keep on buying from Amazon, and wonder why all your package are always getting stolen, as over 600,000 people are going to be out of jobs. Okay. Let me see. According to those same documents obtained by the Time, Amazon prefers friendlier euphemisms like advanced technology, or the dystopian term cobot, as a collaborative robot instead of AI or automation. Oh, isn't that so? Expect to hear about advanced technology and cobots. Okay. This is likely because those terms have negative connotation. So to combat that, they're keeping the negative connotations, just changing the word to associated with it. One day you will grow to hate cobot just as much as AI or automation, if you don't already, after hearing it just for the first time. Amazon executives are already planning out PR campaigns, uh, uh, parade appearances to drum up goodwill, and charity toy drives to cushion the blow of job losses. Toy drives. Uh, do I need toys, or do I need a job? Speaking with the New York Times, MIT economist Darren somebody warns that this is the beginning of a shift where one of America's biggest job creators becomes a net job destroyer. Once Amazon gets this up and running and it starts to prove successful, it's only a matter of time before other major companies follow suit. So, if you didn't know about Amazon, that's about Amazon. That is about Amazon. Let me, that link is in my description box. So let me get into this. Now, this is ICE lying on the record. Let me, I did talk a little bit about this. Now, let me show you how ICE lies on the record. Let me get my. If you didn't know, ICE docks a 13-year-old child. Uh, if you didn't know that, let me share this with you. They dox a 13-year-old child because that's against the law. If you didn't know, doxing children's criminal information is against the law. So let's get into this story. Now, this is the representative of ICE. She's the same one who lied about what happened in New Jersey with the congresswoman and the mayor of New Jersey being arrested. She's the one who lied about the woman in Chicago who was shot 5 times, and said that there were 10 cars that blocked in the ICE agents, and she hopped out of her car with a assault weapon and all of this, when none of that happened. So let's see what ICE is always the first story that comes out. Now, let's see what they're saying about this 13-year-old.
13-year-old and sent him to a detention camp states away without enforcement, and sent him to a detention camp. Skipper, if you will, has made a hobby out of targeting children. after ICE detained a 13-year-old and sent him to a detention camp states away without informing his family. She doubled down on the mistake in a slew of lies that sound eerily similar to the Kilmara Brago MS-13 Photoshop fiasco. The community around this teenager immediately erupted in support after DHS claimed that he was an active threat and that he had a rap sheet.
A 13-year-old boy from Brazil is in ICE custody after being detained near his school in Everett. His lawyer says he is now hundreds of miles away from his home. The incident has sparked outcry by immigration advocates who are calling for his release. And now the city's mayor and police chief are addressing questions about how the child ended in federal custody after Everett police detained him.
They explained that the Brazilian boy was at a bus stop on his way to Parlin Junior High School Thursday afternoon when they say they got a tip that he was carrying a weapon.
Frisked him, found the knife, and avoided what could have been something truly tragic.
Chief Strong said that the boy was charged with possession of a dangerous weapon and that Immigration and Customs Enforcement was flagged automatically through a fingerprinting system called APHIS. They said ICE showed up to take custody of the boy at the police department before he could be released to his mother, who was there waiting. The Department of Homeland Security posted to X saying that the teen has an extensive rap sheet, including violent assault. Because of his age, the police chief says they can't discuss whether or not the boy has a criminal or violent history.
From my understanding, there are no convictions, and they are just allegations. If he is so dangerous as DHS claims, then why was the Everett Police Department going to release the child to the mother?
Andrew Lattarulo is the family's lawyer. He says the boy's parents have work permits while he's been helping them with their asylum case for the past few years. He says ICE quickly took the teen to a detention center in Virginia.
He's very distraught. I mean, he's very sad. I mean, you can only imagine how hard it is for a child to be away from his family.
Now, the Department of Homeland Security also claimed that the boy here had a gun on him. Now, the mayor and the police chief say that is not true. I did reach out to DHS and ICE about this, and I'm still waiting to hear back.
In response to this outrage, and seemingly in retaliation for being called out by local police for lying about the kid having a gun, DHS decided to essentially dox this kid. They posted his face, his record, his personal information, and of course, they posted it to the cesspool that is Fox News. Attorneys everywhere quickly pointed out how insanely illegal this is. Austin-based crime defense attorney Sam Bassett said that juvenile matters, with rare exception, are confidential proceedings, and the juvenile's name cannot be published, and proceedings are not held in public. Confidentiality is critical to the juvenile justice system, and publicly releasing evidence in a juvenile case is prohibited in every state. The Federal Juvenile Delinquency Act requires that juvenile records be safeguarded from disclosure to unauthorized persons. Do you guys feel like authorized persons, as Trisha McLaughlin just posted it for all of us to see? Unless a juvenile is prosecuted as an adult, neither the name nor the picture of any juvenile shall be made public in connection with a juvenile delinquency proceeding. Massachusetts law, which is where this is happening, is also explicit about such actions. It says records, in cases of delinquency, shall be withheld from public inspection except with the consent of a justice of the court. Ice Barbie and her goons are desperate to label every brown person they see as a violent terrorist, as the pretext.
I love Ice. Ice, my friend. Ice love me too, says a dumb bitch. Okay, so this link is in my description box. Go over there and check out the rest of the story. On the front of the story, I also have he also has how they change the caption that was on a video of another I think he's under 18, another teen's video to say something about him coming after ICE. They actually changed his whole video from June to something that he was threatening ICE. So I'll go over there and check this video out. It is also in my description box. Now we know Letitia James has she went to court today on these trumped up, and I do mean trumped up charges that they have put on her. Understand that Lindsay Halligan is the only person who would sign any paperwork. Presented a secret grand jury and never even consulted with Pam Bimbo that she was going to file the case. Something that she was definitely supposed to do in her capacity. But she didn't do any of these things. It is reported that she's working with the what is Ed Martin. Ed Martin was the same person that actually went to Letitia James' house and took pictures, not pictures of the house. He took pictures with other people standing in front of her house because he said that he felt that he needed to be at the place where it all happened. But understand, none of this happened at her New York City brownstone. They're talking about a home in Virginia that is worth a hundred that she purchased for under $150,000. But he's standing in front of her Manhattan brownstone taking pictures. So I played that for you many a times. You want the information, go find it yourself or go find it in some of my old videos. I give news. I don't act as if I know something that I can't tell you, that I got to keep secret. I give you news. So today is the first day of her trial. And understand, it appears like this case is falling apart. So let's get into how court went today. Trump blasted by New York Attorney General in first day of court as she moves for a dismissal.
But more importantly, she's already filed multiple motions against Lindsay Halligan, the Department of Justice, against the indictment, asking Judge Walker to stay the prosecution because of prosecutorial misconduct. And at the center of some of her motions is Anna Bowers reporting. And I've got the clip because I had Anna Bowers on with Lawfare, in which Lindsay Halligan reached out to a reporter on the record and provided her with confidential information about the prosecution, which was reported properly by Anna Bauer. It's at the heart of a motion to get the Trump administration and its Department of Justice and Lindsay Halligan to be gagged to ensure.
And you will recall, when was today, Friday? I think I was live Wednesday. I read to you that report by the reporter that Lindsay Halligan contacted and never said, I want to talk to you off the record, and begin to talk. That is never done. That is so unprofessional. No one in the DOJ would try this. So he got this sycophant Lindsay Halligan, who used to be in his Trump beauty pageants and was then started hanging out at Mar-a-Lago. This is who he got to try the case. Who did something so stupid and unprofessional, first of all, even to bring this case, and second of all, to contact a reporter and run her mouth and drop little nuggets about the case. So let's continue.
Sure that Letitia James has a...
She dropped nuggets about the grand jury. Yeah, she dropped a little coded nuggets about Letitia James's grand jury, that there had been 2 grand juries. So obviously the first one also interviewed her grandniece who stays in the house that they're trying to say that she claimed as her second residence, but is using it to rent out, which she does not rent out. That does, and even if she did rent it out, her mortgage company allows her to rent it out. But they say she's trying to hide this second home and say it's her second home, but she's actually using it for a rental property as income. But she's not renting it out. Her grandniece is living there, and she doesn't pay her rent. And now they're trying to say that she collected thousands of dollars of rent, and then it goes on to say she collected between $1,000 and $5,000, but she tries to code it in paperwork of saying she collected thousands of dollars of rent, and she also tried to code the fact that what was something else she tried? She tried to. They're trying to make it seem like she would save thousands of dollars on her mortgage. She's effectively got a lower rate mortgage that will save her right at $18,000 over the whole 30-year mortgage. Something under I forget how much a month they say her mortgage rate is saving her. So it seems like this case is falling apart.
Fair trial. At the same time, Letitia James has filed her motion already. I've got copies of it right here. We'll post it up on Substack to have the indictment dismissed because Lindsay Halligan was illegally appointed to be the Eastern District of Virginia U.S. Attorney. I'm going to stitch all these three pieces of paper together. We're going to do it right here on Legal AF together on Friday. I'm Michael Popak. Take a minute and hit that subscribe button. Okay. Letitia James was indicted a couple of weeks ago for mortgage fraud. What was the mortgage fraud? Well, nothing really. She bought a second home. The bank knew it was a second home. She let some family members live there. But to Donald Trump and his Nepo baby pit bull in the form of Bill Pulte, that's mortgage fraud because the bank didn't know you were going to be renting out your $118,000 modest home in Virginia. Well, she's not renting it out. She's letting family members live there, and that's allowed under the mortgage. And now
And what else is also allowed under the mortgage? It is allowed under the mortgage for her to rent it out, except in the first year of her mortgage. And even in her first year of the mortgage, her mortgage allows her to rent it out in some instances in the first year. After the first year of the mortgage, she is allowed to wholly rent it out. So this is a bum case. That's why no real person that was working in the Department of Justice. Now, why is Lindsay Halligan illegitimate? This is she is also the person who bought the case on Comey. Why is she illegitimately placed in this position? Because the person who had this position, this is not a permanent position. This is an interim position until they get someone to permanently be in that seat. And the person who had that interim position said that there was no case against to bring against Comey or Letitia James. So he was either pushed out or fired. He said that he quit. 4547 is saying he was fired. It doesn't matter. Either way, he is out of the position. Now, he has also appeared as, I'm pretty sure, a whistleblower. He has also come out as a whistleblower. And so he was put in that position by 4547. And then after he wouldn't try bring these cases forward, he was pushed out of that position. See, the thing is, Donald Trump put him in that position, but Donald Trump can only put one person in that position. If that person does not work out, it then goes to the judges in that district to nominate and put someone else in that position. But see, that's not what 4547 did. He then got the bimbo who used to be in his beauty pageants, those beauty pageants that he said he would walk in on people being half dressed to inspect the place, and I had to go in. I'm the owner of the pageant. I can inspect it when they were half dressed, and I would go in there. Those beauty pageants that she was in, also with Charlie Kirk's wife, used to be in these beauty pageants. Okay, so he then decides to put her in this position, which is something he did not have the legal right to do, because and then all of a sudden the case, a person who has never tried a case bring these cases before a grand jury, and understand, no one knows what she presented in the grand jury, because the defense is not privy to what was presented in this grand jury. And she presented something to the grand jury, but no one in the Department of Justice would write their name on any of the charging documents that she had for James Comey, nor no one would show up in the courtroom with her, where she is reported to have had no comments about the case that she brought forth on James Comey. So who was talking in this case for James Comey? Two attorneys that she had to bring in from South Carolina, because no one would put their fucking law license on the line from the Department of Justice. So, backstory. Why they say she was not qualified to even bring this case. So let's see how it worked out. Let's see what the judge said today.
Move forward. The indictment happens anyway. Lindsay Halligan, following a script likely by Ed Martin, who is Donald Trump's chief of weaponization of the Department of Justice.
That is actually his title, Ed Martin, who had to go to where it all happened, who stood in front of Letitia James, New York City brownstone, posing for pictures, not taking pictures, posing for pictures, because he needed to be where the crime happened, or something to the matter that he said. When the house is purchased in Virginia, stalking this woman. That's called stalking. If you needed to be where it happened, you'd have been at the house in Virginia. But no, he didn't do that. So let's continue. Now he's holding this bimbo's hand to actually try Letitia James. They didn't even tell Pam Bimbo that they were going to file this paperwork. So this is now. At what point are we going to stop letting this administration just do whatever they want to do? I guess at what point the Republican senators in Congress stop allowing this to happen? Because all of this shit, they should be tried for all of this shit.
Contains an indictment, probably leaving out, not presenting to the grand jury all of the information. Arraignment now in front of Judge Jamar Walker in Virginia. Letitia James, of course, shows up. She's not perp walked, and she says in a strong voice in the courtroom, not guilty as to both charges, Your Honor. They already gave notice late last night that they're going to be filing motions. One, piggybacking on what James Comey, the former FBI director, just filed, is a motion to have the indictment dismissed or the prosecution abated or stayed because Lindsay Halligan was illegally appointed. But the other one is really critical too. It's to call out Lindsay Halligan for having contacted Anna Bauer, a reporter for Lawfare in the law and politics space, who I had the pleasure of interviewing just a few days ago, in which she wrote an article called, Hello, Anna, this is Lindsay. And then a series of text messages about the Letitia James case. So, of course, Letitia James's lawyers, led by Abby Lowell, and I'll read you from the motion, brought up under Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E that the plaintiff, the criminal defendant, Letitia James, has the constitutional right to a fair trial, and that the prosecutors can't be talking about evidence, talking about credibility, talking about witnesses in the public, like the contact between Anna Bauer and Lindsay Halligan. In fact, that's at the center of the motion. Let me read to you first, now that you've got the reporting. And by the way, get ready, strap on, strap in, fast trial. Trial in this case is going to be the 26th of January, 2026. Comey's going 3 weeks earlier in front of a different judge. And that's to the advantage of the criminal defendants in this case. Fast trials puts the prosecution back on its heels, requiring them to provide all the documents, all the evidence. This case stinks against Letitia James, just like it did against Comey. In fact, no one in the Eastern District of Virginia is going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. They had to import a prosecutor from Missouri, a assistant U.S. attorney from Missouri. This guy, Roger Keller, shows up in the Eastern District of Virginia, doesn't know the judge, doesn't know the case, barely knows Lindsay Halligan, gets recruited to come in and handle the case. Just like they had to bring in a couple of carpetbagger prosecutors from North Carolina to go help Lindsay. Once again, Lindsay Halligan said nothing. Not only did she say nothing, let me tell you from a trial lawyer perspective what it means by the chair that she occupied in the courtroom. We say in our business that if you're the lead trial lawyer, you're the first chair because you literally sit in the first chair at counsel table. If you have an assistant or a co-counsel that's working with you that's going to handle the case but isn't the lead counsel, that sits in the second chair. Third chair is reserved for, associates, people that are tertiary, not really that involved. Lindsay Halligan sits in the third chair today. The only thing she said is we don't have the pretrial report. Otherwise, rocking back and forth in her chair again. And so the first motion that's been filed, I'll go over the motion about the dismissal first, based on Lindsay Halligan's improper appointment, right? So let's start with that motion, right? Let's start on page 2, which lines up exactly what is going on here. First, it goes through the timeline of how we got to this particular order of U.S. attorneys. On January 20th, the U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia resigned, Jessica Aber. Then Eric Siebert, a Republican, was put in this chair as the acting by Pam Bondi, and that was agreed to by the district judges of Eastern District of Virginia. He was put up by Trump to be nominated, and he was nominated by Trump and put up to be confirmed. Then Siebert objected to the prosecution of Letitia James, said he had no case. He got fired. Then Pam Bondi tried to put another U.S. attorney in under a particular statute, 28 U.S.C. 546. But that statute only allows for one. It's a single-use statute. Pam Bondi gets to appoint one person under 546. That was Eric Siebert. And once he got fired, she's not allowed under the statute to pick his next replacement in Lindsay Halligan, who picks the Eastern District of Virginia judges. That's why they gave notice last night to Judge Walker, because this particular motion, this one on disqualification on Lindsay Halligan, is likely going to end up going to a different judge in the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals jurisdiction, which would be North Carolina or another part of Virginia, because these judges are conflicted out. That's what I think is going to happen. I think Jamar Walker sends it to Judge Diaz at the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, who picks another judge that's not in the Eastern District of Virginia to hear the case. That's what's going to happen. Now, here's what they say in their filing. They talk about the postings about Donald Trump. They talk about the September 20th social media post in which Donald Trump ordered Pam Bondi to prosecute Letitia James. Right? And we've talked about that. Then they go through all the reasons why 546 is in their favor and that she's illegally appointed. And here's an interesting twist. Besides asking for the indictment to be dismissed with prejudice because of this prosecutorial abuse and the abuse of the Department of Justice, here's a new twist different than the Comey motion. On page 16, they say that the court should block Halligan from prosecuting cases, supervising prosecutions, or performing any of the functions or duties of interim U.S. attorney. Even if the indictment is not dismissed, it shouldn't be Halligan. And Halligan apparently is the only one who signed the indictment. So here's what they say in their filing, page 16. Regardless of whether this court dismisses the indictment, Attorney General James respectfully requests that it issue an injunction barring Halligan from acting as an interim U.S. attorney. Specifically, this court should enjoin Ms. Halligan from participating in or supervising the prosecution of this case because she has no authority to serve. She's not legitimate. She can't exercise her functions. For these reasons, she should be enjoined from participating in the grand jury proceedings and the ongoing prosecution of this case. It's going to be a big one for whatever judge gets assigned. Now let's talk about the other motion here, the motion for the gag order, which stems from her, Lindsay Halligan, having contacted Anna Bauer, a law and justice writer, journalist, who wrote an article. I have a clip of that particular article. The entirety of her motion to stop them from talking in the public is really based on what they see as an extraordinary abuse by Lindsay Halligan in contacting Anna Bauer. Let me read it. What they say about that on page 2 and 3 of their motion, and then I'll show you a clip from my interview with Anna Bauer. What precipitates this motion now is a digital messaging exchange that occurred after the government brought charges between purported interim U.S. Attorney Halligan and Anna Bauer, a senior journalist for Lawfare, published on October 20, 2025. The article and the texts, and then they post them, as reported and as confirmed by the signal messages exchanged between Ms. Halligan and Ms. Bauer. It was Halligan who initiated contact with the journalist. The exchange was a stunning disclosure of internal government information. On October 11th, 2025, 2 days after charging Attorney General James with bank fraud, Ms. Halligan reached out to Bauer to claim she was reporting things that are simply not true, thus commenting on the evidence in the case and that which she likely learned as a result of grand jury testimony, documents subpoenaed by the grand jury, or a summary of the investigation. Ms. Halligan was referring to and prompted by, I would say triggered by, Ms. Bauer's post on social media about New York Times reportings about information that undermines the prosecution and shows that there was no crime, leading Halligan to have an exchange with Bauer that's all been confirmed that she actually made the exchange. And it was on the record. In page 5, they say, in initiating this contact,
it was also on the record because she didn't tell her, I want to talk to you off the record, when she contacted a reporter. And then days later, she said that she had texts back and forth over the whole weekend with this numbnut attorney that is trying to try Letitia James. The whole weekend, they were going back and forth over, well, what is wrong? What do you want me to correct? And then 2 days later, after she initiated the conversation, she came back and said, I hope you know that all of that was off the record. And the reporter was like, no, it wasn't. No, you didn't say anything about this being off the record, and I'm going to be using it in my reporting. Because the is such an airhead. She is a former insurance attorney who is trying this case. Okay. So then she said, well, all the messages will disappear, are set to disappear after 8 hours. So you have a whole attorney who doesn't understand that a reporter would know to screenshot her messages. And in that article that I read for you about this numbnut attorney contacting a reporter, what did she include in her story? The screenshots of the message. She used that Signal app. I guess she thought that she was being slick and said, oh, Signal deletes all the messages. And all of her messages were in that actual report that the reporter she called put out. A whole fucking airhead. A whole fucking airhead.
Ms. Halligan, the lead prosecutor on this case, commented on the credibility and general strength of the evidence presented to the grand jury. These extrajudicial statements and prejudicial disclosures by any prosecutor, let alone purporting to be the U.S. attorney, run afoul of the federal rules of criminal procedure, the court's local rules, Department of Justice manual, ethics codes, and the rest. And that leaking this information and leaking grand jury testimony is is one of the most egregious crimes that a prosecutor can commit. And they go through the local rules. And here's what they say on page 11 of this motion. Few, if any, interests under the Constitution are more fundamental than the right to a fair trial by impartial jurors. And an outcome affected by extrajudicial statements would violate that fundamental right. For this reason, what they're asking for is to make sure that Halligan doesn't run roughshod over those protections, that she doesn't violate the federal rules of criminal procedure, that she doesn't start talking about evidence. So they want an order prohibiting the further government extrajudicial disclosures of investigative and case materials and statements to the media. They want a gag order. Let me play you the clip now of my interview with Anna Bauer at the heart of this motion. Let's play the clip.
There's a lot of context here about how relationships between reporters and prosecutors work. So a few things that people who maybe aren't familiar with that context and just like how unusual this is and why this is even a story, I think it's important to keep these things in mind. So one is that it is normal for prosecutors and journalists to speak to each other. It's the kind of thing that's how reporting happens, so that's not strange, but there are a few things that are really abnormal here. One is that it's the sitting United States attorney who's one of the most high profile prosecutors in the country, who's already under immense scrutiny because of the circumstances in which she was put into this job and the cases that she is pursuing against Letitia James and James Comey. The other is that she is reaching out to me, who, it seemed that she was reaching out to me about these tweets I wrote that was summarizing someone else's reporting.
Right, the New York Times in that case.
The New York Times. And that New York Times story happened to be about grand jury testimony in the case that she was overseeing, the Letitia James case. And it's very unusual for prosecutors to reach out to a reporter unsolicited about an ongoing prosecution concerning something that touches on grand jury matters, because as we might speak to later, there's rules and policies and laws around the protection of grand jury secrets.
Which I'll be fair, Anna, when we get into the text, it looks like she does not understand the secrecy that is around grand jury material and the way she challenges you. I want to read from some of these texts because you post them in your lawfare.
Okay, I'm gonna get beyond that. I let me see if there's any more about what the judge says on here. I think that's it. Okay, so I just wanted to share with you how court is going for Letitia James and the airhead that bought the case. It doesn't look like it's going too good for her at this moment, but who knows? Now, there is us. Let me share this with you. Let me share this with you. If you think that 4547 is going to be leaving office, That's if you did not know, Steve Bannon is also one of the authors of Project 2025. These are no secrets. These are no secrets.
Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the?
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28.
Republicans are all but admit.
If you don't watch Jesse Dolomore, go over and subscribe to him and check him out.
They're admitting it in the Republican way, where they talk shifty and move around and try to obfuscate what their actual intent is. But they're all but admitting right now that they're going to interfere not only in the 2026 midterms, but in the 2028 presidential election. I got two clips for you here. Donald Trump saying that we can never let happen what happened in 2020. We can't let that happen again, which means him losing an election. Joe Biden won a free, fair, settled American election by over 7 million votes, and Donald Trump dispatched a violent white supremacist mob to the Capitol to try to insurrect the Capitol, to try to overturn a free and fair election, to try to reinsert him extra-constitutionally, illegally, anti-democratically back into office. And that's exactly what they're planning for Donald Trump. I have contended, I don't think Donald Trump's long for this world. I think he's going to be dead within 12 or so months. I don't think he's going to see the end of this term. You can't have gravy and Big Mac sauce coursing through your veins and live to see your 81st or 82nd year. It seems self-evident to me. But not only is Steve Bannon calling for, admitting that there is a conspiracy underfoot to have Donald Trump have a third term, Donald Trump is talking coded about it as well. Let's start with Donald Trump, then we'll move on to an interview that Steve Bannon just did, where he said some radical and troubling things.
Or really, I think it's got to be handled in a proper way. If it's not handled in a proper way, we don't want it to happen again. We can never let.
Hold on. I hate to interrupt that, but do you see this thing? I was wondering what this thing was that is lit and it has fire under it. We're going to get to this little gold thing on the left that has little flames on it. Let me go back here.
Proper way, if it's not handled.
He said some radical and troubling things.
Or really, I think it's got to be handled in a proper way. If it's not handled in a proper way, we don't want it to happen again. We can never let what happened in the 2020 election happen again. We just can't let that happen. And so the way we go, I know Cash is working on it. Everybody's working on it, and certainly Tulsi's working on it. We can't let that happen again to our country. Look at what's happened where you.
So they are telling you that they are planning on interfering in the election.
Millions of people being allowed to come into our country, all because of a crooked election, where they come from prisons, they come from jails, they come from mental institutions and insane asylums, they're drug dealers, the people that they've allowed to come into our country.
All these people are working on it because we can't allow another election where Donald Trump loses. Kash Patel is working on it. The director of the FBI is ensuring that Donald Trump doesn't lose another election, that Republicans don't lose another election. Everybody else is working on it, he says. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, is working on a plot, a conspiracy. These are stark words from an American president. And it gets even worse when outsiders like Steve Bannon, who don't have a role in government, are also at the tip of the spear plotting a conspiracy. They have co-conspirators working all throughout, from the Heritage Foundation on through into the government, talking about the plot to keep Donald Trump in office, to have him violate the Constitution, the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution, to keep him in office for a third term. Watch this.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump, Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me in the last few minutes. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through, Zanny, and define all those terms.
But even if you find a way to undermine you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it. And to those
Can the American people, if the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up?
Well,
would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all. Trump
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
But Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's
no.
I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of tension
First off, the only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people. Okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started. And President Trump is the instrument, a providential instrument to finish this job.
One, let me say this. This isn't against the spirit of the Constitution. This is against the letter of the law. This is a fundamental violation.
We need to finish what we started. Don't forget that Curtis Yarvin said that 4547 wasn't moving quick enough to implement their plan to actually tear down democracy. Remember all of the Peter Thiel clips that I showed you that said that what he has in store for the American vision is not going to be able to be voted on by a single vote because democracy was no good, and you were not going to be able. He was not going to be able to get the votes the regular way to do what he wanted to do. In America, which is tear down democracy. Understand all of this. Put all of these things together. So you have to understand that all of this is no secret. They have been saying all of this out loud. That's what he means by he has to finish what we started. That is putting rich people in charge of America. Do you think that they are not trying to kill off people by taking their health care? Do you not think that they are now? There is a new disease that came out. I think it's in my that came out in New York City. Oh, monkeypox. There's a new strain of monkeypox out. So, do you think that RFK Jr. In with his non-science knowing or believing ass is in the way they have stripped the CDC? Do you think that they are going to be effective? Do you think that they do not want American people to die because there's fewer people who are going to stand up to them? Besides the motherfuckers who are just going to run and tuck their tail and talk about, "Oh, well, I have options to go somewhere, and everybody don't have these options." Do we not understand that this government can prevent you from going somewhere if they don't want you to go somewhere? Are we pretending like everyone who has whatever means they say or want you to believe they have the freedom to get on the airplane anytime they want to, or this can be stopped by the government? You know, these Muslim bans. Do you think they can ban you from flying too? Have you ever heard of a country that banned their people from getting out? Of course you have. So let's not play games here. Let's continue.
Violation of the 22nd Amendment. This is against the spirit of the Republicans who break out their pocket constitutions and act like it's a venerable document that they love, that they've sworn oath to. Where are Rand Paul and Ted Cruz and Mike Lee, the libertarian element of the Republican Party, the constitutionalists, the originalists? Where are they? All of these people have raised their right hand, Steve Bannon included, by the way, he was a naval officer, have raised their right hand and sworn oath, a solemn vow to the Constitution of the United States. And where are they? They are.
Okay, so I dropped this link in the chat. You may want to go check out Jesse Dollamore. Now, let's get into who is going to be overseeing our elections. If you don't think that it can happen, they are setting it up to happen. Who's on Trump's new election integrity team? Let's find out.
County, Arizona recorder and Cato Institute scholar Stephen Rich.
Integrity Movement was recently appointed as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Elections Integrity.
Nevada Secretary of Joining us now, former Maricopa County, Arizona recorder and Cato Institute scholar Stephen Richer, Nevada Secretary of State Francisco Aguilar, staff writer for The Atlantic Adam Sewer, and MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin. Mr. Secretary of State, first to you. If you were not on that call in Arizona, were any of your election officials on that call?
They were not. We participated
Nevada, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. We did not participate in the call. I didn't see the value of participating in the call. We know what they were going to say. Elections are run at the state level. We're preparing at the state level with our 17 counties to ensure that we have a strong 2026 election. The time invested in working with them at the local level is critical and more important than hearing the rhetoric that has already been debated and discussed among the voters in the 22 election. In the 22 election, every pro-democracy secretary won their race against an election denier.
Do you have any concerns about efforts going into 2026?
Absolutely. I think the concern is the misinformation that's being put out there by the federal government. However, we know that the state owns and has the right to run its election as they see fit for its citizens. And that's where we continue to fight. If they really want to be helpful in the elections process, they need to invest in elections. We need the resources to ensure that we have safe and secure and accessible elections. I say this all the time, that Nevada runs some of the safest, most secure and accessible elections in the country.
Now, if you're unaware that 4547 wants to federalize elections, he wants to federalize the elections. He wants to have the federal government be the one that tells all 50 states how they're going to run their elections. If you are unaware of that, see, while people were sitting back talking about it didn't matter and what was wrong with Harris and why she didn't say this and she didn't say that, and why they are bragging about they sat on their asses this past election when they got all the information prior to the election, and now because they didn't get off of their asses, the whole country is going through this, where they are trying to make it not matter who you vote for to keep this administration and their policies in effect to ruin this nation.
Stephen, who is Heather Honey?
Well, I want to begin with saying that we'd be happy to have Cisco back in Arizona. I know he went to the University of Arizona, so you're welcome back anytime. Heather Honey is an election fraud enthusiast who had a bit of a background in investigations, but she had no background in election administration. She's never been part of election administration, and she had no background in elections at all prior to 2020. She's somebody who started with the conclusion that the 2020 election was stolen, and she pursued it vigorously and intensively and consistently. And so therefore, she has risen and risen within the Trump orbit. And for anyone who's looking for, well, hasn't this all been going on for a while? How is this different than the first Trump administration? Well, it's because responsible actors, by and large, were.
Heather Honey is the person who is going to oversee our election security. This is who Heather Honey is.
In the Department of Homeland Security and the DOJ in the first administration. And now, at this point, we have some people who will probably tell the president not no, the election wasn't stolen if he should ask again in the future, but let me find you a reason why it was.
So is that just going to be rhetoric? I mean, or can she disrupt elections? Elections are run by states. States have power over elections. It's part of, it's one of the rules. The federal government does not have power over state elections. But if she wanted to get involved, or if she wanted to pursue something, what does she have beyond rhetoric?
Well, she has broad authority to investigate through the Department of Homeland Security. And then, of course, if it's accompanied by the Department of Justice, then they have broad authority to prosecute. And I promise you that can potentially disrupt an election. And if nothing else, it will make a number of election administrators nervous if they're simply calling spades a spade and saying, no, the 2020 election wasn't stolen, or no, the 2026 election wasn't stolen, or the 2028 election wasn't stolen. And so now I think for the first time ever, we have a number of people within these government offices who are willing to indulge the most fanciful of claims, and that simply did not exist in President Trump's administration in 2020, by and large, with the exceptions of people like John Eastman.
Can you tell me a little bit more about why states are responsible for their elections and why it is not the purview of the federal government, Lisa?
Well, there are some laws that essentially say that states have responsibility for administering their elections, and that includes elections that through which we elect members of Congress, for example, and also presidential electors. There are certain things that Congress can control. But of course, Heather Honey wants to go around both sets of actors here. She not only wants to obfuscate the power of states, but in some of the statements that she allegedly made during that phone call, she's basically saying that she doesn't really want to have to cooperate with Congress either, that by declaring, for example, a federal emergency subject to her investigation, that she can grab control over some of these procedures herself without the permission of either states or Congress. That is, in part, Katie, what makes some of her allegations and descriptions of how she plans to use her authority as dangerous as they were on that call, as reported by the Times.
How can she possibly continue to say that with any sort of authority or credibility, that the election was stolen and they need to do more investigations into it, when there were 60 cases?
Well, and in particular, Heather Honey should know better, because in 2022, well after the 2020 election, and Stephen knows this probably better than anybody else, she was a witness in litigation brought in Arizona where she claimed that certain procedures used by a particular county could have allowed false ballots to be counted. And again, I'm reading from the New York Times story right now, but as she was questioned, she acknowledged she had no evidence that this had occurred on a widespread scale. She was fully
So this is who is over our election integrity. Hey, Madison. Hey, Truth and Reason. Yes, this is scary. Let me make sure. I'm gonna drop. Make sure I drop this link in the chat if you want to hear the rest of this.
credited as a witness in that Arizona litigation. And a judge found, and again, I'm quoting from his decision, would not come close to clear and convincing evidence that the election outcome was affected. And nonetheless, Heather Honey has it in her mind that more people voted than were entitled to vote across a number of states in various counties, et cetera. And she is not letting go of that idea, joining forces with people like Cleta Mitchell to say that they are the true defenders of election integrity, and they will get to the bottom of why there are discrepancies between voter rolls and the number of votes cast. They believe there is widespread fraud in who is registered to vote and who is actually voting, and that they themselves are the only ones who are willing and able to get to the bottom of it.
All right, so here's the hard question. I'm going to give this to you, Adam. And this is how cynical should one be about the next elections, 2026 or 2028? And I ask that because we've seen special elections that have gone untampered with even by rhetoric. I mean, Representative Grijalva, who has not yet been seated, still won her special election. Nobody's claiming fraud over that race. So how cynical is it fair to be in considering Heather Honey, and Donald Trump's own rhetoric regarding the next election cycle?
Well, I would say two things. One is that the allegations of fraud are more of a spiritual belief than a factual one. Their belief is that real Americans voted for Donald Trump, and therefore other people's votes really shouldn't count, especially if he lost. And therefore, it's fine for them to claim victory anyway. Donald Trump was told by
even if he lost, they act as if it's fine for him to claim victory anyway. So there's that. And there's one more link I want to show you. 4547, he actually signed an executive order. So Heather Honey is over voter integration. Integrity. I'm like, that's it. She is over voter integrity. Oh, that's the same one. I don't want that one. So let me share this with you as well. Uh, 4547 calls for a overhaul of the elections.
The voting rights groups are speaking out against one of President Trump's newest executive orders, which calls for sweeping changes to how elections are conducted. The order, which Mr. Trump signed yesterday, seeks to require people to prove their citizenship when they register to vote. Critics say the executive order could disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans who don't have the means to prove their citizenship. There are also questions about whether the president has any constitutional authority over federal elections, which are operated on the state level. I'm joined now by Rick Hasson, professor of law and political science at UCLA Law. He's also an NBC News election law analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Let's dive right in. As you look at this executive order, how many U.S. citizens could potentially be disenfranchised by it, based on your estimation?
Well, we do know from experience in states that have required.
Okay, Say, for instance, you don't know that this has been enacted. Say, for instance, I'm not one of these people. I always have had my birth certificate, and I've always known where my birth certificate is. Say, for instance, you are one of the people who have not voted. Who don't keep up on information that is going to affect you and how you live your life. Say if you have some type of catastrophe where your paperwork, your important papers have been ruined close to the election date. And you do not have enough time to go to one of the agencies that may or may not be understaffed to get your proper birth certificate, passport, or whatever you need to prove that you are a U.S. citizen. This executive order will nullify your ability to vote. So, without having to prove that you are an American citizen. See, because they're trying to make it seem like this is such a problem when they have not proven this to be a problem. They have not proven it to be that undocumented immigrants are successfully voting in our election. It is already illegal for them, and they actually face real harsh jail time if they vote in our elections. So they're trying to make a non-problem appear to be a problem. And the only person it is creating an actual problem for are American citizens who are showing up to vote. Understand that this is what this is all about.
Documentary proof of citizenship that tens of thousands of people have lost their ability to register to vote in Kansas. I think we have similar numbers in Arizona. I think if you look at this across the country, who has a passport? Someone who is wealthier, someone who's going to travel. Do people have access to their birth certificate? The kinds of documents that you would need, they're not always easy to come by. And the whole point of trying to require this is to prevent a very small amount of fraud. So you're taking the risk of disenfranchising lots and lots of people to stop almost no actual fraudulent voting in our elections.
Well, let me actually read the election clause in the Constitution, and then we'll discuss it on the other side. It says, the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators. So does this order actually stand in violation with that law?
Right. So what the way we run our elections in this country is that we have this highly decentralized system. We mostly let states decide what the rules are, and we give Congress supervisory authority, like when Congress passes something like the National Voter Registration Act, which says that there's a federal form that anyone can fill out if they want to register to vote. Congress also used that same power to establish something called the United States Election Assistance Commission, which does things like giving out money for voting machines upgrades and gives advice for how states should run their elections. The biggest headline here, more than even the stuff about documentary proof of citizenship, is that Trump is trying to take over the EAC and trying to push his will through there, giving the president a role in trying to run elections that the president simply doesn't have. The president is absent in the Constitution from any role in running federal elections.
What do you see as the most likely legal challenge or challenges to this executive order?
Right. So the first question is whether or not Trump can require the Election Assistance Commission to do his bidding, like change the federal form that's used for registering to vote. That's a big question generally in terms of whether we could have these independent agencies under the so-called unitary executive theory. But also, this is a special kind of agency that Congress created after the disputed 2000 election. You can't have more than 2 Democrats or 2 Republicans on this commission. It's supposed to require bipartisan cooperation. There's going to be a huge question whether Trump has the power to force the EAC to do what it wants. And then beyond that, he's trying to stop states from doing things like accepting and counting ballots that were cast before Election Day in the mail, but arrive after Election Day. And he's directed his DOJ to go after states. He's directed DOJ and DHS to try to subpoena documents from states to figure out their voter registration records. I think a lot of these things are going to be challenged as exceeding the president's authority, as not following.
Now, if you didn't know, South Carolina has refused to give them all of this voter data. They are asking all 50 states to turn over their voting rolls to the federal government, if you did not know this. So that's why I always am suspect about any future elections. I am very serious about this. I think that this whole administration should be thrown out of office beyond the president. What beyond the president? What amendment is that? Article 2. I believe that Article 2. Section 4 should be enacted on this administration, where the president, the vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. There are so many in this administration, including judges who should be impeached on and convicted for treason, bribery, and high crimes and misdemeanors. Not just Article 22, Article 2, Section 4. Because in my opinion, that is the only thing that is going to help us at this point, because the lawlessness of this administration has gone too far, in my opinion.
Federal law, and it likely will be tied up for some time in court.
All right. Well, we'll track it very closely. Rick Hassan, thank you so much. We really appreciate your insights today.
Okay, so let me get to what else I want to share with you. Let me stop screen. Let me share this with you. What else? What else? Okay. So if you're not up on what is going on with the military and how they are using the military against its own citizens. Now, they said that they struck, I think, either the fifth or the sixth boat. And I remember one of the boats that they struck, they said it was a submarine at first. And then they come out and says it was a, I forget, they called it a submersible. Come to find out that that actually is being reported as a wooden boat, as a person who had put something something on top of his engine to emit the SOS signal, and they are calling that the submersible. That is the one that they were able to kill 2 people, and 2 people survived. But it doesn't make sense that if they survived and they pulled the people out of the water. Our military did this, pulled the people out of the water, and they are allegedly back in their own countries. Now, understand that they said Venezuela and was the one who was shipping the drugs, and that was the cartel that they were stopping in the ocean. Come to find out that one of these people was from Colombia, and the other guy, I can't remember where the other guy was from. Neither of these people were from Venezuela, but they're still using their excuse that they knew that these were narco drug terrorists. But I thought y'all said that the drugs were coming from Venezuela. But you let this other person go back home to Colombia. I thought that if you want to kill them, surely if when you try to kill them and they survive, surely you try them. But no, you send them back home. Well, hey, if you survive us, our military trying to kill you because we say that you're so bad that we got to kill you. If you survive that, hey, you get to go home. You know, no harm, no foul. What? Okay, let's get into the peak Hegseth of it all. The Secretary of War. Hegseth fires Pentagon lawyers as Trump considers a land strike against Venezuela. Now, the latest update is that Trump has said that he will do land strikes on Venezuela. This is breaking news of this morning.
Defense.
Why do you want to fire JAG officers? Those are the attorneys. Why would you want to fire them? So you can have plausible deniability? Does that matter? Ignorance of the law is no defense. Let's continue.
According to a new report this week, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, has been firing military lawyers, and experts, including former military officials, believe that this is a clear indication that Pete Hegseth wants to do some legally dubious things in the very near future. And, not ironically, Donald Trump decided to announce shortly after this story broke that he was considering authorizing some very illegal military activities. But before we get into that, let me tell you what Pete Hegseth is doing. He is, of course, getting rid of some of the top brass military lawyers, the top of the top, based on advice from people like libs of TikTok. Let me read you this from Raw Story. Hegseth fired Lieutenant General Joe Berger, the Army's top uniformed lawyer, early this year on the advice of the right-wing social media account Libs of TikTok. And he then removed the Air Force's Judge Advocate General, Lieutenant General Charles Plummer, describing both as, quote, roadblocks to orders that are given by Commander-in-Chief. In other words, Trump wants to do illegal things.
Roadblocks in obeying orders by a convicted felon. These attorneys are roadblocks to that. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Okay. So let's continue.
These lawyers were saying, hey, you can't do it, so we have to fire them. The people whose job it is to tell us if we're about to do something illegal, let's just remove them because then suddenly, what? That makes it all legal? That is the most asinine logic I've ever seen. A former senior defense official said, quote, I see this as part of a grander plan to remove lawyers from the military's operational forces and get them out of the way. Decapitating those organizations was an easy way for Hegseth to send a strong message from the outset and put the entire JAG Corps on notice that effectively, if you don't do everything Donald Trump says, you're going to lose your job. If you tell us what he is telling us to do is illegal, you're going to lose your job. And, as I mentioned, shortly after this report came out this week, Donald Trump announced some very seriously illegal military actions. He was asked by a reporter about the, boat bombings. We're allegedly bombing the cartel boats. Reporter asked him, what's the next step in this war on cartels? And are you considering options? Are you considering strikes on land? Trump said, well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found, and that I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats.
Now you can't find a boat in the Caribbean where there are people who incomes comes from fishing. Now he's talking about very expensive boats, but have they tell you they know exactly who these people are and what gang they are in, and they have not offered up any information. And if it doesn't occur to you that he sits in front of the press pools, it has not occurred to you that none in the press that are able to ask questions never ask that questions about giving proof, about showing us proof. Does that not bother you? Who are these people? You say that you know who they are. You have this sheriff in Polk County, Florida. He can't wait to do his weekly perp walk with all of the pictures of the people who they have arrested. He does it on YouTube all the time, but there's no curiosity from the sycophants that they have trying to portray that they are real press that sits in the White House briefing rooms for this for-profit media and these influencers that they want to tell you that some protester did something to some lying ass influencer, and therefore the National Guard must be put on the streets in Portland, Oregon. And when you look at everything that you see in Portland, Oregon, is totally the opposite of what has been reported to you in Portland, Oregon. I can't wait till we get to that part because every time you hear this silly president say something about Portland, Portland is burning down. Portland is burning to the ground. Why is he saying this? Because he sits up in front of Fox News that always plays what happened in Portland during the George Floyd protests, where there was a lot of mayhem, there were a lot of fires, but they continually play this as if it's happening in Portland today. So then you have this president talking about Portland is burning down and trying to get the National Guards out in Portland. And even the judge says what he says is opposite of the facts on the ground and have denied him thus far. Now, I think I think he appealed it to the fourth or the fifth circuit, and two of the three Trump appointed judges has given him the okay to bring the National Guard into Portland. However, now it has been appealed up to the entire ninth, I think it's the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and I think they have something like 33 judges who are now going to have to vote on it. So they're still trying to get the National Guard into Portland because this man is saying it's burning down, and everybody know Portland is not burning down.
Okay, first of all, if we even need to believe what you're saying, which we shouldn't, like, why do you even act like they were expensive boats? The people paid a lot of money for them. Some of the boats were still being paid off. They had loans on the boats. They had a boat loan. I didn't need a boat loan when I bought a boat. Like, what? Can we seriously address the fact that this man has dementia? Seriously. But again, he's not done talking about, invading the land of Venezuela. They have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. God almighty, he's a toddler. He's like a toddler. They're big boats and it costs lots of money. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, well, that's rough. It is rough. But if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. And again, there is zero evidence that any of these boats were even carrying drugs. The administration has not released a single thing to show that they knew these were drug smuggling boats. These could have been like, Venezuelan celebrities out on their yachts, for all we know. But are you considering a land invasion? A land invasion is, of course, an act of war. An act of war has to be declared by Congress, not by the President of the United States, unless, of course, you fired all the military lawyers like Pete Hegseth is doing, and then there's nobody to stand in your way. So that's the shot and the chaser, folks. Hegseth is clearing the field of all the military lawyers so that Donald Trump can officially be a dictator. Thanks for watching, everybody. And if you're not already, please subscribe to the channel. We got fresh content every day for you. And
the story actually is not even the story itself. It's the outlet that the story is in. Because what that tells you is which generals are fucking sick of it. So this is reported in the Washington Times, which is a far-right outlet. So in other words, even hardcore conservative generals, MAGA-approved generals, are going to the Washington Times and going, nah, dog, nah, this is not going to work out. All right, so here's what they say. He lost us. Generals and senior officers say trust in Hegseth has evaporated. Secretary's critics worry Pentagon at risk of enduring damage amid firings, resignations, and early retirements of high-ranking staff. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has lost the trust and respect of some top military commanders with his public grandstanding, widely seen as unprofessional, and the personnel moves made by the former cable TV host, leading to an unprecedented and dangerous exodus of talent from the Pentagon, said current senior military officers and current and former Defense Department officials. Numerous high-ranking officers painted Mr. Hegseth's September 30th speech to hundreds of generals and admirals gathered at the Marine Corps base Quantico in Virginia as a turning point in how his leadership style, attitude, and overall competency are viewed in the upper echelons of the U.S. Armed Forces. Quote, "It was a massive waste of time. If he ever had us, he lost us," one current Army general told the Washington Times. The Quantico speech, described by other sources as embarrassing and theatrical to a degree that is beyond our institution, seemed to crystallize beliefs about Mr. Hegseth that had taken root among some senior officers, including the view that the secretary operates with a junior officer's mentality that has led him to micromanage policies about issues such as military facial hair standards and press access to the Pentagon, sometimes at the expense of the much broader portfolio of a typical defense secretary. Quote, "Mainly what I'm seeing from him are not serious things," a current senior officer said. "It's why did this service member tweet this, or internal politics and drama. That's mostly what I see." Jesus Christ, what a fucking loser Pete Hegseth is. Holy shit. Mr. Hegseth clearly does not care about such criticism. At Quantico, he told any officer who disagreed with his priorities and his laser-like focus on a return to what he calls the military warrior ethos to resign. Some analysts are quick to point out that military recruiting has surged since Mr. Hegseth took his post earlier this year. Supporters cite that as clear evidence that Mr. Hegseth's approach is resonating with at least a subsection of young Americans and in the process is strengthening the armed forces. Separately, some defense industry sources stress that the Pentagon under Mr. Hegseth's leadership is driving the development and fielding of small tactical drones in huge numbers, among other successes. By the way, the increase of people joining the military, that's actually a terrifying thing, because these are probably the same goons that are joining ICE. It's fucking like Proud Boys and white nationalists and like KKK assholes and people who now see, oh, I get to like be totally unprofessional and fuck people up and shit on minorities. Oh, I'm down for that. High-level sources said they believe Mr. Hegseth is simultaneously doing deep damage to the military, both from a public relations standpoint and structurally behind the scenes. That may not be fully apparent until months or even years from now. They say Mr. Hegseth's insistence that the Pentagon will embrace a color and gender-blind meritocracy is at odds with reality inside the Defense Department, which President Trump has given the secretary title the War Department. They argue that the firings, early retirements, and resignations have amassed over the past 8 months will fundamentally weaken the military. Across the services, we are bleeding talented generals and flag officers for what appears to be the opposite of a meritocracy, another current senior officer said. There are people being held back from promotions or being fired or removed from sometimes unknown reasons, often favoritism or just simple relationships. The officer stressed that there is strong support for some of the policy changes Mr. Hegseth laid out a Quantico, including the tougher fitness standards, reforms to the Pentagon Inspector General's office, and changes to how complaints against officers are filed and investigated, with an understanding that in the ranks, sometimes false or trumped-up accusations of racism, for example, have used to unfairly damage careers. The delivery of those policy changes was widely viewed as unprofessional. The theater of it all is below our institution, the officer said. Several of these changes are being made already by the services, and they could be made by any secretary. They don't have to be announced on a stage in public in this grandstanding kind of way. It seems like it's all about one guy here, the officer said of Mr. Hegseth, giving voice to a common refrain expressed by multiple sources. The sources interviewed for this article were granted anonymity. Okay, so you guys get the gist of it. Basically, they're fucking despise Pete Hegseth. Now, here's the other scary part of it, though. I don't know if Pete Hegseth is the one actually, calling the shots. I mean, I know Trump is really calling the shots, but there's been some evidence, coming out that it's actually Stephen Miller who controls it.
I was just going to say, Stephen Miller. This sounds all about Stephen Miller because all of these, this race shit, we know that is Stephen Miller. We could assume that is, Hegseth with his white nationalist tattoo and preachings. Was that yesterday? No, I think that's for today. Okay. So that link is in my description box. And why should we be worried? Why should we be worried about Pete Hegseth? I will show you that. Since you asked, I will show it to you. Okay. Let me share my screen with you. Why? I have one more thing. A reporter asks Pete Hegseth directly, why not just arrest and detain terrorists in boat strikes? Why not just arrest and detain the living terrorists and the ones that you don't kill? Why not just arrest and detain them? And watch this nonsense, no answer that he gives, this reporter. This was on yesterday when 4547 had his floor of fools sitting out here allegedly answering questions, just basically babbling on and making false accusations. Let's get into this question of Pete KEGBREATH.
Already, go ahead.
Mr. President. Some alleged smugglers have survived some of these recent strikes and been sent back to their home country. If they're terrorists, why not just arrest and detain them?
Go ahead.
2 points on that. First, when I served in Iraq in 2005 and 2006, we used to, in sort of a gallows humor way, talk about the Iraqi catch and release program, the reality that we would catch a lot of people, hand them over, and then they would be recycled back through and we'd have to recapture them or attack them again. And that's why changing the dynamic and actually taking kinetic strikes on these boats ought change the psychology of these foreign terrorist organizations. To those two that survived the shot on the semi-submersible, think again, compared to Iraq and Afghanistan, the vast majority of people that we captured on the battlefield, we handed over to the home country. Did we always like how it shaped out? Sometimes we did, sometimes we did not. But 99% would go to the Afghan authorities or the Iraqi authorities. So in this case, those two, they were treated by American medics and handed immediately over to their countries where they came from, hopefully to face prosecution, which is a very standard way of handling something like this.
And you'll do that with future survivors, anyone else who's survived?
We've got protocol of how we'll handle it.
Not that guy, he's so hopeless.
So what he said is, we got so frustrated in Afghanistan. We would catch these people, we would turn them over, and they would recycle them, and then we would have to catch them again. To the answer, why don't you catch these people and prosecute him? Well, if you catch them and prosecute them, since you say that these are narco terrorists, and you can prove that you have the facts that they're running drugs, it seems as if that's a slam dunk case. And you're so frustrated at what happened in Afghanistan with them, you sending them back to their home countries, and then you're having to turn around and fight them again and recapture them or refight them. So your answer is, therefore, we decided to send these people back to our same country. The same thing I just told you. I tried to steer you off the path of this nonsensical answer that I'm giving you, but I'm telling you that we decided to do the same thing that I decided to tell you that we were sick and tired of doing, and we found a new way to do the same thing that I'm bringing up, that I did, that I was frustrated about in Afghanistan, and we are sending them back to their home countries. But you said they were narco drug terrorists. So you're doing what different? You're doing absolutely nothing differently? The fuck out of my face. So we would not expect anything different from Hexeth. He is a do bitch. He does what he's told. How and why should that bother you? That Hexeth is a do bitch? Let's get into it. Let's get into. I will remind you why that should bother you. That Hexeth is a do bitch. I think it is at. Maybe it's right here.
Regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory
is
to the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated
Channel
and-
who I work with,
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hexeth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf of
job?
the men and women I'm serving
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman, or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret
directed
Service agents
to
get injured
Secretary
by
Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what?
statue.
That sounds to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg. Moving on. President-elect has attacked our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander in
not
chief of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland.
So you think that he do any less to carry out a order to invade Venezuela? I think not. I personally think not. So let's test my logic. Let's test my logic. Do you think that protesters on the street wouldn't be shot down by this administration? I just want to know. Let's see. Let's test that. Why don't we? Let's test that. I think it's about right here.
Those people, throw them in the jail, 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows.
Test that.
Senator, I would just start by saying you're not a protester if you're throwing concrete
100%.
at law
Arrest those
enforcement
people.
officers.
Arrest protesters in Los Angeles.
Senator, I would just start by saying you're
Just-
not a protester if you're throwing concrete
100%.
at law
Arrest those
enforcement
people.
officers.
Throw them in the jail, 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision, right? So we don't trust that you're using the best interests of the military, certainly, and of democracy on top of that. So have you given the order? That's all I want to know. It's not theoretical. For the U.S. military, not law enforcement. They can arrest all day long. That's the job. Have the ability, the uniformed military, to arrest and detain protesters currently today? It's a yes or no thing, authority.
It's sort of amusing the extent to which the speculation is out there. These troops are given very clear orders.
Then what is the order? Then list it out for us.
It's all
Be a
been
man, list it out.
It's all-
Did you authorize them to detain or arrest? That is a fundamental issue of democracy. I'm not trying to be a snot here. I'm just trying to get the actual, did you authorize them to do that?
All of these orders and what they're sent there to do are public. They are
Okay,
there
so
to.
say it. So say it. Yes or no?
I'd like to.
Please, yes or no?
As I've said time and time again through interruption, they're there to protect law enforcement,
Do they have
ICE
the ability
officers
to arrest-
who are trying to do their job,
Okay.
deporting illegals who were allowed in by the previous
So
administration.
they cannot arrest and detain citizens of the United States, the uniformed military.
As
Is
we've
that right?
stated, if necessary, in their own self-defense, they could temporarily detain and
Have
hand
you-
over to ICE. But
have
there's no
you given-
arresting going
have
on.
you-
And you know this better
Have
than
you
you're trying to
authorized
play
the
political
US
games.
military
There's
to
no
use
arresting
cyber
of U.S.
tools
personnel.
of the U.S. military against members of the protest? Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in the
protest?
yes or no?
No, not that I know of. Certainly not as I know of. Why wouldn't you know that?
In no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay, that's good. I love that answer. That's great.
Why wouldn't he be aware of this? Okay, so be clear. This is who is in office and is in charge of our military right now, and he's going to do anything that he's told to do. A non-answer can also be a complete answer. So now that this government shutdown has been blamed on the Democrats and it's the Democrats' fault. But now that polling is showing that most people believe that this government shutdown is in fact the Republicans' fault. And don't forget that I told you the last time that I went live that Russell Vogt over the Office of Management and Budget said that he was going to fire 10,000 more people during this government shutdown. But it's not working out how people thought. How could it? When you have the Speaker of the House coming in every Monday and adjourning session into the following Monday, closing down Congress. Having 5 weeks straight, so that he does not have to uh, uh, so he does not have to put the Arizona representative in Congress. Make it make sense. Make any of this make sense. So, guess what's happening today? Breaking news. 4547 says that he is going to uh, bring back people who are furloughed. So, does that also mean that you're going to uh, rescind these terminations? Oops, Trump called back furloughed workers after Republicans are blamed for the shutdown.
Has decided that they're going to call back some of the furloughed workers because they realized everybody is blaming Republicans instead of Democrats for the government shutdown. So if benefits don't go out in November, as the administration has already said they're probably not, they're all going to blame Republicans with Trump at the top. So the administration is in a ton of damage control right now. And they've decided to call back the furloughed workers at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid so that those benefits do not lapse and people continue to be able to enroll as open enrollment period for Medicare has begun and the Affordable Care Act's open enrollment period is also about to begin. So they finally realized that we're not winning the war with the messaging. And if we let people not get their benefits, we're going to be the ones blamed for it. But a spokesperson for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid decided to, admit, yeah, we're bringing back furloughed workers. But he says it's because of the Democrat shutdown. Here's the statement from their spokesperson. In order to best serve the American people, CMS is temporarily calling back all furloughed employees on Monday, October 27th. CMS will continue to abide by rules governing the Democrat-led government shutdown.
How is the shutdown the Democrat-led shutdown when the Democrats don't lead absolutely nothing? The House, the Senate, or the White House? How are they leading anything? Where was anything about food stamps mentioned? These are healthcare agencies. These are healthcare agencies. ZX. What about food stamp is affected in this shutdown? What about food stamp was talked about in this shutdown? What about undocumented immigrants getting health care? Where was that discussed it in this reason for the Democrats saying that they are shutting the government down? Nowhere but on the Republican side. What Democrat did you say they refuse to negotiate unless immigrants, undocumented immigrants get health care? ZX where? Who said it? Be specific. You can't because you're stupid and you're a liar. The same one who is bemoaning Trump was the same motherfucker out here talking shit about Harris. and talking about the prices of some motherfucking eggs. What's the price of all your motherfucking groceries? I noticed that you have bitches sitting around you now that grocery is so high. We know you don't pay your water and your gas bill, motherfucker. We know you stole that house from that old woman and swindled her out of her house. But now, even food is getting so high. So you got some old drained out white bitch over there, probably got worked all her life and got a 401k. Now you want to sit up under bitches now. Now you want to show off women who are working, who had careers all their life, because your broke ass can't buy food. But you talked shit about Harris and talked about Trump. Now you bemoaning and still lying, acting as if you have some political radar when you ain't nothing but a dumb, simple ass Philly slug living in the slums, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face. Anyway. Next, let's check out this real quick. Let me check this out. News that you can, more news that you can use. Oh, these motherfuckers out here talking all of this political shit. I don't know a damn thing that they're talking about. It really kills me. MAGA Mike is squirming. Who is MAGA Mike? MAGA Mike is the Speaker of the House, who has shut down. I noticed a ball mouth ZX didn't say how MAGA Mike kept sending the Congress home. I noticed he said nothing about that. Probably was totally unaware about that while trying to blame this on the Democrats and wanting illegal immigrants to have health care. Let's see the facts.
Government shutdown, and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is struggling to keep his coalition together. We've already seen Marjorie Taylor Greene thrashing, trying to break from the Republican viewpoint on this because she understands the implications of healthcare premiums rising so rapidly. This is something that cannot be hidden. Like when Donald Trump takes a $400 million jet from Qatar, that's rather abstract. Most Americans don't feel that on a day-to-day basis, but this is something that Americans are feeling, will continue to feel, and they're blaming it on Republicans. I'll off with this clip of Speaker of the House Mike Johnson talking about a healthcare plan that is potentially coming. Keep in mind, they've said there's a healthcare plan in the works for the past decade, but now all of a sudden, they're claiming to have something that may be able to replace Obamacare. Here's him getting pressed on this 2 days back.
But if you have ideas and you have plans, why not have that out there to talk about in the public so the people can hear that debate happening? I mean, you could have committees in session right now.
They will, Kate.
Talking about this. I think the question is maybe
we need to get back to regular session so we can. No, we're not going to allow Chuck Schumer to play selfish political games and hold the American people hostage. We will not negotiate with legislative terrorists. We're not going to let them do that. We can't. We owe it to the people to get this government operating again. Republicans have now voted 12 or 13 times, counting the House and Senate, 13 times to open the government, and the Democrats have voted 13 times to close it down. It is wrong. There is no reason for it. And they
Okay, a few things. Number one, negotiation is inherently bipartisan. If you want the government to stay open, you have to have a conversation with Democrats. Number two, when Speaker of the House Mike Johnson calls leading Democrats negotiation terrorists or whatever, he's called us
Negotiation terrorists when they are not even speaking to the Democrats. They're coming in these 12 or 13 votes that they said no. They have said no because there has been no negotiation going on. We voted on this. Where do you hear him say we sat down and had negotiations and then voted? You don't see. We voted on the same thing that they already told us they're not going on. They're trying to save health care. They're trying to reduce health care. Those of you who signed up for your own health care, I know some of you sign up anytime between October 15th and November 1st. If your health care, some people's health care is increasing $22,000 per year. 22,000, not $100,000 per year. See, this is what the Democrats are fighting about. While you have idiots over there who know more about YouTube bullshit and don't know anything about what even the Democrats are fighting for, and lying to you what the Democrats are fighting for, because everyone with health care is going to be affected by this, and people whose premiums are going up under Obamacare. And the thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene, she had the audacity to say that she didn't like Obamacare, but she understands that her children will not be able to afford health insurance. So obviously her children are signing up for Obamacare. Make that make sense. But she has enough sense to know that this is very important. Okay.
An insane amount of things, but in this clip he says we don't negotiate with terrorists or whatever the hell. Just know that a few days back, leader Hakeem Jeffries almost died. There was an assassination plot against him from a crazed Trump supporter who said...
Okay, so I read to you this NS PM7 about all the terrorists that are on the left that they are searching for. I want you to watch this reaction when a reporter asks him about his pardon of a January 6th person who got time in jail, and he was pardoned by 4547, and then he turned around and threatened to kill Hakeem Jeffries. I want you to look at the look on his face. There is no uproar. He shrugged his shoulders like, oh well, so what? I want you to pay attention. I want you do you see that there was more uproar behind Charlie Kirk than an elected official? I want you to see this. As the Department of Justice came out and said that they are going to federally charge this person who has gotten a pardon and then turned around and threatened to kill a public official, had they came out and said that they were going to put any charges against him? No, the state have put charges out, terrorist charges out against this person, not the federal government. Pam Bondi is mute on this charging this person with any hate crime, terroristic threats. No, it's the state that are bringing charges against this Trump lackey who got pardoned and then decided to threaten the life of an elected official. You know, that stuff that they say that happens on the right all the time. Where is all the uproar about this? Where's all the uproar about this?
In a chat that he needs to take this terrorist out. When Donald Trump Jeffries almost died, there was an assassination plot against him from a crazed Trump supporter who said in a chat that he needs to take this terrorist out. When Donald Trump got asked about this, in this clip right here, he acts dumb. Take a listen. He tries to pivot over.
The same day you established this task force back on January 20th was the same day you pardoned the January 6th defendants.
Yeah, very proud of that. Yeah.
Just last weekend, one of them was charged with allegedly threatening to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And a big theme of this task force has been allowing law enforcement to do their job and holding accountable people.
Let's see that again. Let's see that response again.
Was charged with allegedly threatening to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And a big theme of this task force has been allowing law to kill House. Just last weekend, one of them was charged with allegedly threatening to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And a big theme of this task force has been allowing law enforcement to do their job and holding accountable people who go after law enforcement. Do you worry that your actions back on day one undermine what this task force is trying to accomplish?
No, you have thousands of people that we're dealing with, and if one goes haywire, look at what this guy in Virginia said, where he wanted to kill his opponent. He's going to kill his opponent. He's going to kill his opponent's children and I think wife.
That's not what he said at all. He didn't say that at all.
And he continues to run, and the Democrats continue. He's running for Attorney General in Virginia.
But did Hakeem Jeffries say what you're alluding to? But did Hakeem, you see the uninterested so what face? They would want to arrest you if you did that based upon anything that was said about Charlie Kirk's death. They don't even want you to quote what Charlie Kirk said out of his own mouth. But this is what he, it's a black man. Of course he feels that way. So,
look what he said. So now, do you think all Democrats should be prohibited from living anymore? I mean, think of what he said. He's going to kill his opponent, and he's going to kill the children of his opponent, and I think the wife. I said, this guy's sick. That is a sick guy. And how do you vote for somebody like that? But I don't view that every Democrat would say that, because not every Democrat would say that.
We're not saying that every Democrat or every Republican is saying a single thing. What we're saying is that you pardoned 1,600 people, and not just one of them is acting out, but dozens of them have either been rearrested, one of them on child pornography charges. You can look it up. His name is Andrew Taake, Taake. He was arrested for child solicitation. One was killed near where I grew up in Indiana because he tried to attack a cop. Spoiler alert, when you pardon somebody for attacking cops, that tells them they can do it again. And when they try to do it again, it might not go as well as it did the first time. I mean, it didn't go well the first time either, but just know that when Donald Trump is talking about this and trying to downplay it, Trump pardoned a 43-year-old January 6 rioter, Christopher Moynihan, and he's now being arrested again for threatening to eliminate House Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Moynihan texted, quote, "I cannot allow this terrorist to live. I will kill him for the future." Let's listen to Speaker of the House Mike Johnson being asked about this exact thing. Do you think he is responsible about it, or do you think he just plays dumb and acts like he has no clue?
Get pardoned for every single person that was convicted as a result.
I don't know any of the details of this.
of course, Mike Johnson is going to pay. He don't know any of the detail. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I didn't hear that. Mike Johnson never has any information, and he hasn't worked in 5 weeks. And even prior to this 5 weeks, they were off all of August. But he don't know anything about nothing, and all he has is free time. I guess his throat and ass and hands are busy jerking.
I don't know who's been alleged to have been involved in this. I will say that anybody who threatens political violence against elected officials or anyone else should be have the full weight and measure of the Department of Justice on their head. I trust that will happen. I hope it will. We are intellectually consistent about that, obviously. I will tell you this. The violence on the left is far more prevalent than the violence on the right. Don't.
So he decides to pivot on a lie when we know factually that is a lie.
Make me go through the list. You all know it. All of these.
I want you to go through the list. Don't make you go through the list. Go through the list of where left-wing violence is far more prevalent than right-wing supremacist violence.
The assassination culture that's been advanced now. This is the
advanced by whom? Advanced by whom?
Left in almost every case that is advancing this, and not the right. So let's not make it a.
Be specific.
Partisan issue. You don't want me to go there. We're just going to say anybody, any deranged individual, this has to stop. And the rhetoric that you saw on display on Saturday, we highlighted yesterday, it plays into this. Okay. There are people that get triggered. There are deranged people in society when they hear elected officials participating in a rally that was paid for by Soros and sponsored by communists, with signs and placards and mantras that were repeated.
Signs and placards and mantras paid for by Soros. So you said that positively. Can you prove that any of this that you're saying? No, just a bunch of lies. These people are disgusting.
That we should bring death to, fascist politicians. What they mean is they call every Republican a fascist now. They're calling for the death of elected officials. Please, enough of that. We got to stop it. Stop the rhetoric, stop all the nonsense, and stop the violence.
Prior to the protest, you said that they were all communists. Now he's saying that they're calling for the death of people. What happened last Saturday? This incites people. It better incite people to follow the Constitution. That's the only thing that they were trying to incite. So you protesting, which is your constitutional right. Now, if you do it, they want to say that you're inciting what? You're inciting what? When someone on the left life get threatened. So, well, if you don't want to happen, you shouldn't protest. Is that what he's trying to say? Excuse me. Let's be clear. Hakeem Jeffries had a speaking engagement, and in that thread, it also said that this person knew that he was going to be at XYZ place, and he had to take him out. He had already stopped Hakeem Jeffries, and this was prior to anything that happened on Saturday. So, just in case people want to get the information wrong.
Thank you. Look.
Just a huge non-answer. This is coming at a time when Republicans are being increasingly blamed for the government shutdown that's happening right now. So at first, people were about evenly split along party lines. Democrats blamed Republicans, Republicans blamed Democrats, independents were split in the middle. But as time's gone on, and as more Republicans have been speaking out, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been, again, thrashing, trying to break with the Republican Party, saying, listen, I'm not just beholden to what Trump is saying. We need health care. Healthcare premiums can't just rise by, some people say double, some people say 1.5 times. I mean, healthcare premiums are going to skyrocket, and Republicans are the ones playing games. The survey of 1,000 people found that 53% of respondents blame the potential economic fallout from the shutdown on Republicans in Congress and the president, compared with 37% for Democrats. I mean, that is a stark difference from where it was before, when it was about even. The survey also shows increasingly negative attitudes about the president's handling of critical economic issues. Just 34% of the public approve of his policies on inflation and the cost of living, with 62% disapproving. I mean, it's getting brutal out there for him. Ron Filipkowski points out, Mike Johnson today will keep the House adjourned for the 81st day out of the last 93. That's 12 days of work in over 3 months, with full pay and full benefits. A lot of government workers don't even get full pay and full benefits, but Mike Johnson gets to shut the government down and still receive that. The Senate has been working, so this is not about the shutdown. It's about avoiding a release of the Epstein files, increasingly becoming obvious as Speaker of the House Mike Johnson squirms through all of his interviews and answers no questions. Donald Trump, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, they have covered up for multiple cases like this. Remember, never forget, Matt Gaetz was almost going to be exposed by an investigation, almost going to be exposed by a committee, and then he resigned. Now, we still got the Matt Gaetz files, but we haven't gotten the Epstein files. They are covering those up. At the same time, millions of Americans are suffering. Tens of millions of Americans are suffering due to this government shutdown. I'm going to leave it there. If
Remember, I told you that 45, 47 would be allowing live munitions to be shot off from military ships into Camp Pendleton when they celebrated the 250th naval birthday. How did that work out? Uh, One of the missiles misfired and rained down debris on JD Vance's security detail. How appropriate.
Near this highway, it is going to put lives a week.
Yes, so I don't know why it's buffering. Let's get into it. Well, I guess you won't be.
Sloppiness and recklessness. Governor Gavin Newsom has spent the past week warning the Trump admin and the people of California that if they launch these artillery shells near this highway, it is going to put lives at risk. Governor Gavin Newsom even went so far as to close this highway down in order to protect people, and the Trump administration decided to make fun of him and say he was being a bedwetter. They said he was whining. Yet Governor Gavin Newsom was right, because we now know that after the artillery shell detonated prematurely, live shrapnel rounds hit JD Vance's security detail. I want to walk you through this, but just the New York Times article that broke this says, artillery shell detonated over Interstate 5 during Marine celebration, California officials say. A 155 millimeter shell fired during the live fire demonstration for the 250th anniversary actually prematurely detonated, dropped fragments of the shell onto a highway patrol vehicle that was part of JD Vance's protective detail. That is absolutely insane, and Governor Gavin Newsom has been warning about this. So just yesterday, the Trump account, the official Trump rapid response account, said, Newsom is lying. He closed the highway. Not only did nobody at the White House or the Marines ask him to do so, but the Marines repeatedly said there were no public safety concerns for today's exercises. One more time, this admin said there are no public safety concerns with any of today's exercises. They then say Newsom lies and tries to make it about himself, day ending in Y. So they're trying to say that Governor Gavin Newsom is lying because Newsom was claiming, hey, you know, the White House is trying to launch live munitions near Camp Pendleton, and that is going to put people's lives at risk. Midas Touch actually broke that original story, and a lot of people were doubting them, saying, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about, but it ended up being true. So then Governor Gavin Newsom said yesterday, the CHP and highway safety experts are saying what any person with common sense knows. It is not safe for people to drive on a major freeway at high speeds directly under live munitions. White House not communicating, endangering the public, and then trying to blame the governor for doing the right thing, keeping people out of harm's way. Yet another day living in Trump's authoritarian America. Hey, one of the key tenets of authoritarianism is hypermilitarization along with hypernationalism or ultranationalism. We see hypermilitarization in the cities of Chicago, the cities of Portland, the city of LA, and now they are putting people's lives at risk with live munitions. This is batshit crazy. Governor Gavin Newsom then said, Donald Trump and JD Vance put lives at risk to put on a show. If you want to honor the troops, open the government and pay them. We also have photos that just dropped from Midas Touch that show breaking. Live munitions from a Trump-Vance military demo flew over I-5 and struck a CHP vehicle. That vehicle was protecting JD Vance. We'll get into that in 1 second because it gets crazier. By the way, if you appreciate the videos and the debates that we've been doing and you want to stick around for the crazy debate show we have,
go check out Adam Mockler. That link is in my description box. Speaking of ICE is scrubbing data. So they say we are definitely not picking up American citizens. Official scrub data showing U.S. citizens swept up in immigration arrests. Arrests, not detainments, arrests. This was put out October 21st by the Daily Beast. I think it's the Daily Beast. Yes, the Daily Beast. Florida officials have been accused of quietly scrubbing records showing U.S. citizens were swept up in Trump administration's immigration dragnet after a local paper started asking questions. The state-led Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has collaborated closely with the administration to carry out President Donald Trump's mass deportation push. Earlier this month, Florida launched an online dashboard tracking arrests of suspected undocumented immigrants. The Miami New Times reports on October 14th the dashboard showed that 21 U.S. citizens had been arrested and charged since August 1st. The dashboard reportedly counted another 9 U.S. citizens who had encounters with law enforcement but were not arrested. Yet the New Times report that when it inquired why U.S. citizens were being arrested in the immigration sweeps, the numbers suddenly began to change. The dashboard's demographics tab now shows that 2 U.S. citizens were arrested on local or state charges since August 1st. No encounters with U.S. citizens that did not result in arrest appear at all. It was 9, now it's none. On October 10th, Tampa Bay Times article previously reported that the dashboard showed that at least 24 encounters with U.S. citizens. According to the New Times October 15th report, neither the Florida State Board or Immigration Enforcement DeSantis office nor the Florida Department of Law Enforcement responded to requests for an explanation of the shifting figures. The Daily Beast has reached out to the same officials for comment on the New Times report. The reported inconsistencies in this state's immigration data and arrest of U.S. citizens drew sharp criticism from Tessa Pitet, the executive director of the immigration advocacy organization Florida Immigrant Coalition. This incident raised fundamental questions about both the accuracy of Florida immigration enforcement data and due process rights of everyone who resides in our state. Pitet said in a press release, if U.S. citizens can be arrested under these operations is alarming enough, but the fact that the information is then deleted from public view is even more worrisome. Facts are being hidden from Floridians, and we deserve to know why. Countless cities and all 67 sheriff offices in Florida have been entered into the 287 gig program, in which state and local law enforcement partners with the Immigration and Custom Enforcement ICE, giving them federal immigration power. Immigration advocates have condemned the program, warning that it fuels racist profiling. As of Tuesday, 2,444 arrests have been made under the program since August 1st, according to the dashboard data, which cannot be trusted, obviously, while another 2,681 suspected undocumented immigrants were arrested outside of the program scope. Okay. So if you didn't know, they're changing the data whenever they get in trouble. They are changing the data whenever they get in trouble. So let me share something else with you. There was something else that I wanted to share. I told you about Amazon and its two. Oh, here it is. Let's get into this. let's get into these two things that I wanted to talk about. Let's get into OpenAI Sora can generate videos of celebrities appearing to shout out racial slurs. Why? Why? So, this is what AI can do for you. This is what they are perfecting AI to do. To be able to be whatever celebrity you want to and shout out racial slurs. New research by AI detection firm CopyLinks found deep fake clips of Jake Paul, Mark Cuban, and Sam Altman spewing what sound like a fist of how it can it just sound like offensive epithets. Hold on, epithets. OpenAI, the latest AI video generation model, Sora 2, wowed users with its more realistic images and physics when it debuted with an invite-only release earlier this month, even as it ran into immediate problems with copyright infringement and deepfakes of historical figures, including Martin Luther King Jr. and John F. Kennedy. The the company took predictable steps to cover its legal liability shortly after this chaotic rollout, with CEO Sam Altman announcing that in, intellectually property holders would have to opt in to the platform before users could remix contents like SpongeBob SquarePants or Family Guy, and that the company's blocking disrespectful depictions of Knight at the request of the civil rights leaders estate of King at the request of the civil rights leaders estate. Now, the estate of Dr. King had to warn them. OpenAI also assured that labor unions SAG-AFTRA that it was taking steps to guard against deep fakes of recognizable entertainers. But troubling content persists on the Sora app, a social media platform that is designed to function similarly to TikTok, only featuring exclusively AI generated videos. Users can consent to have their likeness used in cameos, wherein others may prompt the AI model to insert the person into a variety of contexts, not all of them flattering, according to research from CopyLinks, an AI analyst firm that helps businesses and institutions navigate the shifting landscape of the emergent technology. And a new trend has produced Sora videos for celebrities appearing to spew hateful racist epithets. We identify a phenom resembling king posting, a reference to a 2020 incident in which an airplane passenger wearing a Burger King crown was filmed shouting racial slurs. CopyLeak researchers wrote in a report shared with Rolling Stone. In the Sora cameo videos, public figures including Altman billionaire Mark Cuban, influencer turned boxer Jake Paul, and streamers XQC and I don't know, Armor Mouth, each appeared as plane passengers in a Burger King crown, reenacting the offensive meme. Maybe that's the Burger King crown that Trump put himself in to dump shit all over the protesters, too. All evidently uploaded their likeness to the app. Cuban announced on X earlier this month that his cameos were open and that users should have at it to get around platform filters that block hate speech. CopyLeaks observed users apparently prompted Sora with coded or phonetically similar terms to generate audio that mimics a well-known racial slur. Okay, so they just got around it. That's why they said it seemed to say a racial slur. So they got it close to saying whatever racial slur they wanted to use. For example, screams, "I hate knitters," as he is escorted off an aircraft. OpenAI did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So they're getting around it. There's that. I wanted you to see that story. And we know what "I hate niggers," knitters was trying to say. "I hate niggers." Of course, that would be something that they would easily find a way to get around. Now, here is another one that I want to share with you. I have talked to you about these white nationalist community springing up all over the United States. A company is building communities for right-wing Christians. Some neighbors aren't happy. Are you fed up with crime, corruption, and wokeness in your big blue city? Says Ridge Runner CEO Josh Abatoy. Move here. Uh, Driving north on Route 65, you enter Jackson County, Tennessee. The road winds through lush Greens Hill, past few homes, an abandoned auto shop, and the country cabin quick market before reaching a large billboard. Pull forward into the parking lot of Fat Boy's Barbecue, where sweet vinegary clouds puff from a large smoker, and you can read one side of the sign, "God bless Jackson County. We're proud to call it home." The words "Land, Liberty, and Legacy" frame a deer head logo above a company name, Ridge Runner. On the other side, there's a different message. "Small town, big heart. Here, nasty notion play no part." Uh, a bride, a spell in Gainesboro, where all are welcome. If you don't live in Jackson County, you might not recognize the continuous subtext between the two sides of the billboard. One went up in late July by Ridge Runner, a real estate company that bought hundreds of acres of Jackson County with plans to develop town and country charter communities that it hopes to fill with hundreds of new conservative Christian residents. Conservative Christian, why not just Christian? Why not? What is the conservative part of it? The other sign put up by a group of a county business owner out of fear that these new residents will be far-right Christian nationalists set on gaining control of local government. Understand that is their ploy to get into these Texas town, is to get into the local government as well, so they can write the rules that no blacks, no Jews. I went into this months and months ago, and I actually have proof. I actually have proof because all of my videos are still up. I talked to you about how they were trying to infiltrate another Tennessee town. Okay. Okay, the billboard's message that all are welcome here, and the mention of nasty notions are a rebuke to what Ridge Runner critics see as the company's exclusionary ethos, which they believe renders anyone not white, Protestant man and a second. Wait a minute. Believe readers anyone believe renders anyone not white, Protestant man a second-class citizen, or maybe even not a citizen at all. So this is the realtor. Ponder that. This is the realtor of the white nationalist community. Josh Abattoir, Rich Runner CEO drives me to the dirt lot of Fat Boys is a parable. He tells me proudly a flashpoint that happens in small towns across the country. He motions towards the billboard. We are proud to call it home versus Come Bride a Spell, which is the path to economic growth. Attaboy 38, a Harvard-educated lawyer, is compact and bulky. Okay, so who cares? Okay. He says that he doesn't identify as a Christian nationalist, an ideology that generally poses American as Christian nation and should be ruled by evangelical Christian men according to arch conservative principles. To him, this is a dispute over how large swath of Appalachia can be revitalized. The Ridge Runner detractors, he says, want to chase fickle tourism dollars by suppressing the area's long-held Christian conservative values, saying y'all rather nickel and dime off of these dwindling tourist nickels and dimes, but we are trying to build something that people are investing in. Okay, so. And they by suppressing the area's long-held Christian conservative values and appeal to liberal city dwellers by proving we're not like those hillbillies in the Scopes trails. His plan instead is to market rural small-town living to a certain kind of buyer. They're heavily political component to this, he said. We don't quite advertise this bluntly, but maybe we should. Are you fed up with crime, corruption, and the wokeness of your big blue city? Then move here. He says he's already sold a handful of parcels, mostly to those looking to relocate. Out-of-staters who moved to Tennessee love the way it is now. They love the traditional Bible Belt feel. Two of his first customers are Andrew Isker and CJ Engel. Have sparked considerable alarm here. According to Attaboy, they're just two guys who bought land from Ridge Runner and moved here with their families into rental homes until their land is ready to build. But they've also become de facto ambassadors for the community, setting up shop in Ridge Runner's Gainsborough office, hosting what Iker has called the number one Christian nationalist podcast in the world. Eichner, pastor from Minnesota, co-authored a 2022 book, Christian Nationalism, a biblical guide to taking dominion and discipling nations, with Andrew Torah, the founder of Gab, a social media platform popular with white supremacists, anti-Semites, and conspiracy theorists. Eichner said that he'd like to dissolve Congress and the judiciary and vest all powers into a sovereign ruler named Donald J. Trump. Has a history of inflammatory remarks about women, immigrants, Jewish people, and the LGBTQ community. And I'm sure he has something to say about Black people as well. Engel, a native Californian who runs a company that manufactures off-roading trailers, has used social media to denounce democracy, declare gay people are only employable if they work on not being gay, insists that America's survival is predicated on the removal of foreigners, long for returning the country to how it was before the civil rights movement, and argue that women were happier and lived more fulfilling lives before they got the vote. Eichner and Attaboy have been friendly since meeting a few years ago through mutual friends in conservative and evangelical circles. Ridge Runner is essentially recruited Iker to move to Jackson County as a early adopter, and Iker, in return, invited his podcast partner Engel. Although Attaboy maintains he never designated them ambassador of the project, they consistently promoted it. Last July, on an episode of the podcast Contra Mudum, Latin for against everything, when they announced their move, Eichner said, "We're building a town," and revealed he'd also be starting a new church there. A month later, he described broader ambitions. "If you're able to take even a few hundred people that all think the same way, have all the same ideas about common good and politics and so forth, and consolidate them in the same place, you can exercise far more political power even with a few hundred or a few thousand people than you can on your own, widely dispersed across the entire country." The prospects of anyone coming in and building a town where one has existed for more than 2 centuries has unsurprisingly gone over poorly. The perception among many I spoke to in Jackson County is that Eichner and Eagle represents something represent, as someone put it, exhibits A and B for the kind of people that will come to what Ridge Runner is selling. There has been troubling even This has been troubling even in the county where Donald Trump won nearly 81% of the vote in 2024, a majority identified as Christian conservative. Okay, so even people who live there, Attaboy maintains that he's simply an outspoken political conservative, that local opinion has been skewed against Ridge Runner by the media, and the more progressive Gainsborough residents. "I'm not hurting anybody. I'm selling land, running my business, trying to be a good neighbor. Like a good neighbor, racism's there." There's a history of planning communities being built around a common religious or political ideology by Christian nationalists. Now, how come, this is the ideology, I guess, that they're not going for in that NSMP7 declaration. I guess this is the type of ideology. You know, they always talk about the woke ideology and removing ideology out of the military, but nobody's coming for these people in Tennessee. Notice how none of this stuff that this president is implementing is affecting Tennessee. Christian nationalism has been present throughout American history, says Amanda Tyler, executive director of the Baptist Joint Committee for Religious Liberty and author of How to End Christian Nationalism. But it's the well-funded political movement that's really seizing and exploiting that ideology for their own political gain right now. These extreme ideas are gaining more of a foothold in elected power. Pete Hegseth attends a Tennessee church affiliated with Wilson and has reposted videos of Wilson and other pastors of his congregation saying, among things, women shouldn't have the right to vote. A Pentagon spokesperson later said, "Of course, the secretary thinks that women should have the right to vote." Russ Vought, who's over the Office of Management and OMB Office of Management and Budget, who said that he is going to be firing 10,000 more people during this government shutdown. The one I have given you tons of information. That Roosevelt, where is it? Roosevelt, a self-described Christian nationalist, is Trump budget director. Jeremy Carl, recently nominated to become Assistant Secretary of State, has written admirably of Christian nationalism and is close with
attaboy ex-Department of Defense official William Wolf is an ardent Christian nationalist whom attaboy has repeatedly called a friend and a colleague. This is your government. This is your government. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has long espoused Christian nationalist views. J.D. Vance has ties to Christian nationalists too, including attaboy's colleague. The networks are very diffuse, but is very dense with a lot of overlap of people, funders, nonprofits, says Andrew Whitehead, a Indiana University sociology professor and co-author of Taking America Back for God, Christian Nationalism in the United States. Okay. What sets Ridge Runner from previous religious and political enclaves is that the scale of its ambition. Ridge Runner's Jack County development are a model for what the company and others like it hope to export around the country, and with supporters and friends in and around the Trump administration, as well as among powerful conservative think tanks such as the Claremont Institute, where attaboy was a fellow in 2023, and the Heritage Foundation. Ridge Runner may be able to make its goal a reality. What makes it different from some white supremacist idiots who just want to burn crosses and stuff is that it is married to a business promoting a way of life, says Mark Duntley, a public historian whose family lived in Jackson County for 7 generations. I understand why they see rural, isolated places as fertile ground for their grandiose plans, but it reflects fundamental misunderstanding. People in Appalachia don't like outsiders coming in and telling them anything. Okay, so I let me see what else. He's talking about himself. This is the town. Now, let me find this. Let me find this. Here we go. I think I have. Here are the two men who have the podcast. Let me show you these two guys who are the first settlers into this town, who runs this podcast. I think I've shown it to you before, but I am going to show it to you one more time.
Far-right Christian nationalist community right here in Middle Tennessee. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston. Among their views, we've now discovered they want to make Jews second-class citizens, and they recently promoted a controversial figure who denies the Holocaust. All of this happening about 90 minutes east of Nashville in Jackson County.
So this doesn't make you wonder, while they're pretending like they are so concerned in this nation about anti-Semitism, when everyone from J.D. Vance to Pete Hegseth is connected with this group. It don't make you wonder if all of this, we are against anti-Semitism as a way to do something to you, when they actually praise it as a religion. Don't it make you wonder?
It should.
County. Already, the developers behind this effort have staked out a 100-acre plot of land near Gainsborough that they say they're ready to sell to people who think like they think. This is a great view here from Sky 5. We first told you about this project back in November. Since then, they've also bought up this area known as Brewington Farm, spending a whopping $2.5 million to buy another 400 acres. There, they plan to plant a church headed by a Christian nationalist pastor with some highly controversial views. And that is where our chief investigative reporter, Phil Williams, continues this important investigation. Phil.
Rory, last fall, we told you about the two podcasters at the forefront of the Christian nationalist effort in Jackson County, including that pastor who wants to cancel the civil rights movement. They also want to take away women's rights to vote. And as we've now discovered, they're also keeping company with people and espousing views that critics call anti-Semitic.
Well, hello and welcome to Contramundum. I'm Andrew Isker, and this is CJ Engel.
Pastor Andrew Isker and his sidekick CJ Engel are attempting to build a right-wing podcasting business, now operating out of this office space owned by developers trying to build a Christian nationalist community here in tiny Gainesboro, Tennessee.
Today we will be talking about one of the great American heroes of the 20th century, Charles Lindbergh.
Here in a recent show, they discussed the work of famed aviator Charles Lindbergh, who opposed U.S. entry into Europe's war against Adolf Hitler. Lindbergh faced a public backlash after he blamed Jews and what he saw as Jewish-controlled media for pushing the nation into war.
We tried to provide a convenient venue for views that are excluded, important, controversial views that are excluded from the mainstream media.
Their guest defending Lindbergh, American technology entrepreneur Ron Unz, runs a controversial website that publishes often vile white supremacist and anti-Semitic screeds, including articles mocking the murder of millions of Jews at the hands of the Nazis. One article argues that the Holocaust narrative must be turned on its head. Instead of the world apologizing to Jews for not having done enough to prevent the evils of Nazism, Jews need to apologize to the world.
Ron Unz is an idea man, and unfortunately, the vast majority of his ideas are anti-Semitic.
Aryeh Tuchman, director of the ADL Center on Extremism, has been tracking Ron Unz's work for years. The so-called Unz Review routinely republishes pieces from neo-Nazi and white supremacist websites.
This conversation probably has piqued a lot of interest for a lot of people, and they probably want to read all of American Pravda, which, how many hundreds of thousands of words?
It's a lot.
Entire series. Yeah.
In fact, in the series of essays that he calls American Pravda, Unz pushes debunked claims like per capita Jews were the greatest mass murderers of the 20th century, that, quote, religious Jews apparently pray to Satan almost as readily as they pray to God. He even endorses the notorious Christian superstition that Jews once kidnapped small Christian children in order to drink their blood for use in various magic rituals.
But essentially, they are promoting him as a source of truth, as a trusted source of opinion about historical issues. And this is the person who has denied the Holocaust and has cast the history of the world as one in which Jewish people are the villains.
In a statement, the podcaster said, "From time to time, we have guests on our podcasts that we think will be interesting to our audience. We don't share all their views on every topic." And why does it say that they would give him a platform?
So I believe it says quite a bit about the willingness of these people to essentially raise up an anti-Semite and essentially create an on-ramp for their viewers to engage further with Mr. Unz and his ideas.
Up until England started World War II, Hitler, all he wanted to do was be at peace with England.
But for Isker and Engel, it's nothing new. Here they hosted a guest who views Adolf Hitler as a victim of World War II. Their guest had also predicted that America will, quote, start to fail completely, and it will be caused by many Jews who will then get forced out of the land they just destroyed.
The war on white America is a war on heritage America.
Engel himself has argued that, quote, the Jews as a collective have largely operated at odds with the old American way of life. He was also involved in starting up an audiobook company that offered recordings of books by a New Zealand white supremacist and Holocaust denier, as well as the memoir of a Belgian Nazi collaborator. Engel says it was part of a broader interest in historical.
So, I ask you again, this tattoo that Hegseth has on his chest, do you believe that this is in the white supremacist era of them putting what is that what did he says this is some bullshit that he says it is some Christian the Christian crusade star, or do you think that this is a white supremacy tattoo that he has on his chest? I'm just curious, as they pretend that they are supporting anti-Semitism, as they take billions of dollars out of institutions and research in the United States on the guise of they are against anti-Semitism. Think about it.
Content. It's an alliance between Christians and Nazis that I did not expect to find.
Yeah, and again, unfortunately, whether it's in Nazi Germany, whether it's in 1930s Boston, we have seen this alliance before.
Dr. Bradley Onishi is a religious scholar and author of Preparing for War, The Extremist History of White Christian Nationalism and What Comes Next. And he's taken a look at Isker and Engel's work as part of a new book he's now writing.
And they're brash, they're audacious, and because of that, they're making a big splash.
We have to be wary of them.
In a recent podcast series with far-right pastor Joel Webben, Isker argues that Jews who rejected Christ have no right to claim to be Jews.
Jews, in the biblical sense, right, they do not exist today anymore. Right? It's only Christians and non-Christians.
And the people who now call themselves Jews, they say, are responsible for many of the evils of the world.
Some groups do worse stuff than other groups. Yes. It's a fact.
And they argue that Jews should not be treated as full-fledged Americans.
To use the phrase Judeo-Christian, you might as well put a coexist bumper sticker on your car.
That's right.
Right? No, right. This country belongs to Jesus.
Right.
Right.
Unfortunately, we've seen this theology in the past in this country, and
Also, the man that he's talking to, he says that blacks should be grateful for slavery.
it's KKK theology.
Onishi says that's an attitude that helped fuel anti-Semitism and violence against Jewish people in the last century and in more recent times.
So when I hear Engel and Isker talking about there are no more Jews and there are no more need for the Jews and Jesus was the last one, I unfortunately hear the echoes of that theology, not only in Christian history, but also in American history.
Now they will.
Okay, so I'll drop this link in the chat so you can peruse this on your own time. Because I also want to get into Pete Hegseth's current pastor, what he had to say about slavery. Once again, I played it on my last show. I don't want you to forget who is in charge of our military. I don't want you. A white pastor says owning people is not evil. Let's get into this.
I know. Some of you is not.
All right, let's do it. All right, buckle up, people. Here it is.
The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. I know. Just wait. Some of you guys are really upset, but let's talk through this because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said.
That is not the whole entire clip of this. I thought that they were going to play the whole thing. For some reason, the clip that I played on my last show, it appears to have disappeared. It appears to have disappeared. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't play the whole clip for you, but it was a long, detailed clip. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that clip in my old link. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it in my last link from my last show, because I want you to see this in its entirety. Let me see. I think I found it. Yes, I have found it. Let me copy and paste this. And I will also drop the link in my chat. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Let me show this to you again.
It is not inherently evil. The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. I know. Just wait. You guys are really upset, but let's talk through this, because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian in today's society should be able to defend what I just said. Okay? Every Christian should be able to defend it. Big evangelicalism has been getting this wrong for years, basically since the Genesis, since the advent of Big Eva. They haven't had a good answer for the slavery issue. All right, Christians in America have been led astray on this topic. They've been led to believe things that the Bible doesn't teach. And when we go beyond the Bible, there are dire consequences. We must also acknowledge that men like our founders, men like Jonathan Edwards, who owned slaves, could in fact treat their slaves the way the Bible tells them to treat their slaves, and that they weren't living in grave sin, okay? They weren't living in unrepentant grave sin. They weren't orcs, in other words, right? And that's very, very important, because if we look back at our forefathers who engaged in a system that was ubiquitous all across the entire world, and we condemn them, right? C.S. Lewis calls that chronological snobbery, okay? We're condemning them for being a product of their time, all right? But especially given the fact that the Bible does not explicitly condemn that as sinful, then we ought not explicitly condemn our forefathers, condemn Jonathan Edwards as grave, unrepentant sinners. That is chronological snobbery at its finest. And if you engage in that, you know, Jesus says, whatever measure you use will be measured to judge you, okay? And what will your great-great-grandkids have against you, right? And it's going to be something. Maybe it's the fact that how little you did to stop the mass murdering of little babies in our time once, abortion is finally abolished, right? I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be something. So you need to watch out for the chronological snobbery, all right? Watch out for it. Do not condemn our forefathers who may have been treating their slaves.
There is going to become a time when you are going to want to protest something. That is Hegseth, pastor. That's who he gets his biblical teachings from. And do you think that tattoo on his chest is something about some Christian passages or whatever the bullshit that he says is from? Someone who is taught that you cannot begrudge your forefathers for being people of their time. So if there becomes a time when you don't think that there's something you're going to have to protest in this administration, everybody trying to rationalize why, oh no, there's nothing to protest. Oh no, this is not my fight. But if something in this administration is not going to be your fight, that's because you a pussy and you scared to fight. You just want to sit up here and live off of everything that everybody else have fought for you to have that is being taken away. And you're a passive ass bitch and you're gonna let it be taken away. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. So two more things I want to share with you. And I'm gonna get out of here. Let me share this with you first. Indiana Republicans, they were going to gerrymander their seats to make Indiana all red. I think Indiana has 2 or 3 seats. When they start gerrymandering seats, Indiana took it upon itself without being asked and decided that they were going to gerrymander their seats as well. Come to find out, they don't have the votes. And I'm shocked about it.
Donald Trump, they don't have the votes to pass a gerrymandered map to allow Republicans to pick up additional congressional seats. And so they're not going to go through with Donald Trump's plan, despite the fact that this week, according to Politico, Trump held a phone call with members who were nervous about supporting this gerrymandering effort. And well, now, according to a spokesperson for the Senate pro tem, they don't have the votes. Now, Donald Trump's allies are still demanding that it comes up for a vote to try to pressure them into redistricting, conducting this mid-decade redistricting cycle in Indiana. This is pretty big news because Indiana Republicans are not united enough to get the votes to pass a gerrymandered map. It does come on the same day that North Carolina Republicans did pass a new map saying, essentially eliminating 1 Democratic seat, but Indiana is not going to do the same, at least for now. So spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some...
Okay, and that's astounding news for Indiana. I'm going to end with this. just information that you can use. That's not AI generated. That is research and passed on to my viewers. Republicans were so scared people would hear this speech, they voted to erase it from the official records. So we put it on YouTube. The full speech is linked below. This I will drop this link in my chat, so you can go over and check out the full speech. Let's go. Let me make sure the volume is on.
When we politicians rig the game, when we draw lines to choose our voters instead of letting our voters choose us, when we admit, and let's be honest, that's exactly what's happening here today, when we admit that we can't win in fair competition, so we'll just change the rules. When we're so afraid of the people's judgment, we rig the system to avoid it. That's not democracy, folks. That's tyranny with a prettier name. That's authoritarianism in a suit and tie. And that's everything these soldiers, marchers, and freedom fighters died to prevent. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about protecting the president's agenda. Let me ask you something. Since when did America exist to support the president's agenda? I thought government was supposed to serve the people. I thought elected officials were supposed to represent their constituents, not take orders from Washington on how to rig maps. I thought we fought a revolution specifically to establish that no one, not a king, not a president, not anyone, is above the will of the people. The president said he's entitled to more seats. Entitled? That word should chill every American to the bone. No elected official is entitled to anything, except the privilege of earning the people's trust. And if you can't earn it fairly, you don't deserve it at all. Democracy dies when we politicians rig the game, when we draw lines to choose.
All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your week, your night, and your weekend. Thank you for joining me. Hit the like button on your way out. Share if you choose to. And I'll see you on Monday.